Join the new shopping experience with TV and social media exposure. It's the Shopping Hub. The Shopping Hub is the perfect opportunity to have your product, business, or service showcased in a fun and exciting program. For more information on the Shopping Hub, contact a CBC sales representative today at 467-5559.
Defensive shot there from the batsman. There's no run. Straight back to the bowler.
Very good delivery there, tossing it up and good length. And David Malan has just come in, replacing Jason Roy. Plays it defensively, gives it the respect it commands, the delivery. And Zampa coming in to bowl his fourth delivery of this over. This one is short of length and played by Malan from the back foot to the offside, and he will cross over for a single. He'll open his account, and with that, England are 67 for 1.
Yep, this is looking like it should be straightforward for England.
That ball didn't spin, it went on straight, and that's the reason you got that LBW.
Yeah.
Sometimes when it doesn't spin, it works better for you than times when it spins and misses the stump.
So he's down the pitch to him, and straight back of the bowler there. There's going to be no run from Butler.
Fine over so far from Zampa.
Yes.
Just one more delivery left. He's bowled very well. Given one run, picked up a wicket when it looked like the two batsmen, the two openers were running away with the game, and he's pulled one back and given a little bit of this ray of hope for the Aussie supporters here who have come in large numbers at the Dubai International Stadium.
Butler's facing, and he's going to get a single here down to points just to keep ticking over. And that is the end of the over, so Butler retaining strike for the start of the next over.
England, after 7 overs, are 68 for 1 from the Dubai.
Folks, this is the big one. This one will determine who is the fastest man in Barbados.
On your marks, get set, go!
Stop! This race is not for the swift, but it's for the wise. We're in the midst of a serious pandemic, and one of our best defenses is vaccination. So what are we in? We're in a race to beat this pandemic. We all need to head to the vaccination centers and receive our vaccines. They work. Let's become winners today. Beat COVID, be vaccinated.
This message brought to you by the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Garrison Savannah, where history is created. Today, we offer you an unforgettable experience where some will endure the agony of defeat, while others will reminisce in the thrill of victory. I am track announcer Lyndon Yard. I've been assigned the simple task of sharing this experience with you. Our appetizer today would include race number 5, the Tia Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race for 3 years and older horses over 1,570 meters. And we also have a special nostalgic moment for you throughout the afternoon. Our main course today, of course, is the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, the third jewel of the Barbados Triple Crown over 2,000 meters for a purse of some $106,250. It's a grade 1 event for West Indian bred 3-year-olds. Our side orders today would include forecast betting in races 1 through 8. Races 1 through 8 forecast betting. There's 2 daily doubles, races 1 and 2. Race 1 and 2 will be the daily doubles on the card. Trifecta races, races 3 until 8. 3 through 8 will be your trifecta races on today's program. Track conditions, good to firm. We will be offering superfecta wagering in races 4, 6, 7, and 8. 4, 6, 7, and 8. The high 5 is race number 8. The high 5 race today, race number 8. The pick tree, we are introducing that today, will be races 6 through 8. 6, 7, and 8 will be the pick tree races on today's card. If that is too hard for you, then you may want to try your hand. You might have better luck at the pick 4, where you ask the pick races 5 through 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8, the pick 4 races on the card. And if that isn't hard enough, let's try our hands with the Soca 6, races 3 until 8. 3 through 8 will be the pick 6 races. I can tell you that there are some changes on the program thus far, and let me give you the changes thus far. No change to the afternoon's first race. Ironically, 6 of the 8 races will be named after horses that have won the Barbados Triple Crown. 6 Triple Crowns we have here in Barbados. Race number 2, scratch 3, Honey Jazz. Race 2, 3 don't go. Race 3, scratch 3, conflict of interest. Race 3, 3 remains indoors. In race 4, we will go without horses 3, 9, and 11. 3, 9, and 11. Soul to Soul, number 9, Firecracker, and number 11, No Fly Zone. Sir Jimmy stays indoors in the afternoon supporting feature. Horse number 2 and 5, Speed Franco, who we lost earlier this week. Sir Jimmy and Speed Franco, 2 and 5, don't go in race number 5. The afternoon 6 race will be without horse number 5, Amante. Amante don't go in race number 6. The Derby will be without horses 1, 5, and 11. Dream Society 1, 5, Dashing Star, and 11, Cavalier. And the Nightcap, we will go without horse number 5, Just Ain't Easy. Number 7, One More Time. And number 15, Amante. 5, 7, and 15 are the changes we have thus far on the program. I hope that whets your appetite. Bon appetit. Enjoy your meal. And race 1 is the Zouk, named after Zouk. And just about coming up on your screen, you can see the picture of Zouk. And just to give you some insight, Zouk race a great success in 2006 for owner Mr. Richard Edwards and trainer Naz Issa before injury curtailed her career. The Bay Philly Classic success formed part of a 5-race winning streak, which by the end of her career saw her with earnings of $401,536. Among this daughter of Carpe Diem of the Jazz Girls, 8 victories from 12 outings are the Elliott Williams Memorial Juvenile Championship Breeders' Stakes 2005, the Phillies Guineas, and the Michael Papaccino Memorial Breeders' Stakes. We are on to race number 1, and the horses are pretty much in the parade ring. And let's go through the runners for this, the Zouk. And this is a lot of race for West Indian bred 2-year-olds going 1100 meters. Small field, but a very competitive field. We're going to start with horse number 1. This is Magic Million, owned by Mr. RJ, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Enrico Prescott is on board, goes to post at 100, and he claims 3. We'll go to post at 118 pounds for this assignment. Number 2 is Virginia Park, the property of Melrose Racing, trained by Romel Lovell. Rhythm Rashid Hughes, 114 pounds is the weight. And this 2-year-old chestnut filly in her debut by Rocco Marotta English Rose is fitted with blinkers. We're on to horse number 3, Mikal, owned by Round Table Stud Farm, trained by Robert Pierce. Gerald Beckles is on board, and the weight there is 114. And you can make that -3 + 5, 116 pounds on Mikal. Let's pick up horse number 5 out on the track. This is Francina, the property of Luther G. Miller III and his wife Susan Miller, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Anthony Bishop. And the final weight, with 2 pounds overweight, is 116 pounds on Francina. And we can go back and pick up the other runner, horse number 4, TMR. The second runner here for Round Table Stud Farm. This one is trained by Richard Dean. Eric Daniel takes the call and goes to post at 114 pounds. That's the field for the afternoon's opening. The Zouk a lot of race, 1100 meters or 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And this race will offer parry and a forecast. It's going to be very hard to go against horse number 1. And this is Magic Millions, just down coming into your picture now in the yellow with the stars and the colors associated with Mr. RJ. And this filly is 2 for 2 in her career. One at 1,000, the other at 1100 meters, and she's done everything absolutely right and just seems to be getting better and better. And there is no reason with the inside berth. And a good to firm trap. Why? She will not go 3 for 3. So that's my winner. Number 1, Magic Millions for Mr. RJ, Victor Cheeseman, and jockey Enrico Prescott. On my second line, I'm going to take horse number 4, TMR. And noticeably, jockey Gerald Beckles, who usually rides first choice for Round Table Stud Farm, has elected to stay with Mikal, having ridden both horses in their last efforts, in the 2 fillies' last efforts. And he jumps ship, but I'm going to jump ship and stay with TMR, having finished 4th in debut, 4th, then 2nd. Now I'm elevating this one. 4th, then 3rd. I'm elevating her up to that 2nd position. So I'm going 1 and 4 in the afternoon's opener on this, the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, the Barbados Derby race day, effectively the 13th day of the Barbados Turf Club's 2nd racing season for 2021. Good luck. Join me for race 2.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the Garrison Savannah. It's Derby Day. Of course, we're talking about this 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, and that will be later on this afternoon. And that is race 7, where the top 3-year-olds will take action, and all eyes will be on People's Champ as he goes after a Triple Crown. I'm joined, as usual, by Neil, and he'll give you some information on the runners for the first.
Thank you very much, Dean. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all who will be joining us this afternoon on the World Wide Web, on the radio, on the television. We thank you and we welcome you to the Garrison Savannah, where the horses are at the gates for race number 1, the Zouk allotted weights race, going 1100 meters. And this is for West Indian bred 2-year-olds. And we will see one new horse facing the gates for the afternoon. Those facing the start as follows. Number 1 is Magic Millions, going after a hat trick of wins. Enrico Prescott rides. The weight 118 pounds and is in at 2-5. Number 2 is Virginia Park, having her first start here in Barbados. She is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Rocamadour out of English Rose, making her a half to Tudor Rose. She's ridden by Rashid Hughes this afternoon, and she's in at 4-1. 7-2 is horse number 3, Mikal, owned by Round Table Stud Farm, trained by Robert Pierce. Jarrell Beckles ride, 116 pounds. Stablemate Timar is horse number 4. This is in at 7-1. This is ridden by Eric Daniel. And Tamar is a 2-year-old bay filly by Dashing David out of Gold Bead. And horse number 5 is Francine, owned by Mr. Luther G. Miller III, JP, and Mrs. Suzanne Miller, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Antonio Bishop rides 116 pounds and is in at 6-1. The loading process is in an advanced stage. I'll give you the odds quickly. 1-4 favorite, horse number 1, Magic Millions. 9-2 on horse number 2, Virginia Park. 7-2 on number 3, Michael. Number 4, Tamar, is in at 7-1. And 5-1, beg your pardon, 6-1 on horse number 5, Francine. And the heavy favorite here is horse number 1, Magic Millions. She is going after, as I said before, a hat trick of wins. And she looks as though she is ready to run. With 1 horse to go to the gates, I'm joined by Dr. Dean Springer for the call of the first.
Thank you very much. Francine joins the lineup, and Rashid Hughes climbs aboard Virginia Park. So they're all in. Racing Magic Millions broke very quickly and opens up. But there goes on the outside Tamar and Mikal to take her on. So it's Magic Millions, Mikal and Tamar. And on the outside, Tamar just goes right through and picks it up, opens up a length and a half to Mikal. Then on the inside, Magic Millions. Then on the wide outside, circling horses is Francine. And there's a break of about 2 lengths to the first time starter, which is Virginia Park. They're around the far turn after an opening quarter of 25-3. They've got 3 to run. And the leader is Tamar, being hounded by Francine. Down the inside, Mikal, Magic Millions waiting to pounce. And 4 lengths back to Virginia Park. Inside the quarter pole they come. And Tamar is clinging to the lead in front by 3/4 of the length. On the outside, here's Magic Millions swinging wide into the stretch. Mikal lets the seam on the inside, but can he quicken? Inside the far furlong they come. And it's Tamar under left-hand drive on the outside. Here's Magic Millions also getting left-handed encouraged. Tamar, Magic Millions running at him. Tamar, Magic Millions. Tamar just holds on and denies Magic Millions. Wins it by a neck on the inside. That was Mikal for 3rd, Francine was 4th, and Virginia Park was the last one home. The winner stopped the clock in 1:07, and to in a moment, a recap for you.
And the final time for the Zouk allotted weights race is 107 and 2. 107 and 2/5 for the afternoon's opener on this, a good to firm track, a beautiful day here at the historic Garrison Savannah. A little later on in the afternoon, we'll be having something nostalgic for you, and you would want to stay tuned to the settees. Of course, you are entitled or inclined and advised to take a chance at having some bets at the luxury of your own hand on your computer or be it on your laptop, since you would not be permitted to get to the Garrison unless you are the owner of one of these horses competing today. The Barbados Turf Club offers you that luxury of playing from the comfort of wherever you are at your own disposal. And to do so, I'll simply tell you what's that procedure. And you can just go online and click create an account, www.barbadosturfclub.org. Create an account, and you just input your information from your credit card. You don't have to come to the Garrison at all. Input the information from your credit card and the amount you wish to wager on each bet. And in less than 2 minutes, you have the luxury of playing from the comfort of your home or wherever you are in Barbados for sure. Of course, please observe all the social distancing, wear the mask, hand sanitize, temperature checks as is required by the COVID unit so that we can continue to have races here at the Garrison Savannah unaffected. Those of you desirous of having something to eat, the Lounge Restaurant is very much have stuff prepared for you. You can pre-order, and the succulent menu, just to order ahead and just come and collect from wherever you are in the Savannah. 266-7346, 266-7346, Lounge Restaurant for all your delicacies to fill your appetite. The results now posted on the board: 4, 1, 3, and 5. The winner horse number 4, TMR. Second horse number 1, your overwhelming favorite, Magic Millions. Third, number 3, Mikal. And fourth was horse number 5, Francine. 4, 1, 3, and 5 as we await the winner to come back. Coverage of races on MCTV channel 118. MCTV channel 118 is also CBC 94.7, the best 24/7. And 92.9 FM VOB. 92.9 FM VOB. So as we look downstairs, the winner is just about to be collected by the connections of Round Table Stud Farm. Congratulations to owner, Mr. John Humphrey. And also with him is trainer Richard Dean. So good start for them in the afternoon. And of course, aboard was jockey Eric Daniel, who continues to go from strength to strength as we look downstairs. And she looks very, very well pleased. Tamar, a 2-year-old Bay filly by Dashing David out of Gold Bead, owned by Round Table Stud Farm, trained by Richard Dean, and nicely ridden to victory by jockey Eric Daniel for her maiden success and only her 3rd career start. Second was horse number 1, Magic Millions, the overwhelming favorite, 2-year-old Bay filly by Derby Kitten out of Nile Queen, owned by Mr. R.J., trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Enrico Prescott, took along 118 pounds. Third was horse number 3, Mikal, stablemate of Tamar. This is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Derby Kitten out of Dance Daddy Dance, owned by Round Table Stud Farm, trained by Robert Pierce, and on board was jockey Gerald Beckles. And fourth was horse number 5, Francine, a 2-year-old Bay filly by Almadoro Realistic, owned by Luther G. Miller III and his wife Susan Miller. And Victor Cheeseman is your conditioner. So race number 1 on the board, 4, 1, 3, and 5. The winner horse number 4, Tamar. We look forward to the afternoon's second event, and this happens to be the Coolbird Handicap. They'll be going a distance of 1,100 meters, and it's a field of 5 with a non-acceptance of horse number 3, Honey Jazz. So this race will offer parry and forecast, and that's it. So we have a post time schedule of 1:30 in the afternoon. Stay tuned for coming attractions. Remember, we get nostalgic throughout the afternoon as a special treat for you, something you really must look forward to.
And thank you again. And this is race number 2, the Coolbird Handicap. But before we go on to
I think we could take a look at race 1 replay.
the replay for race number 1.
You know, Magic Mills kind of jumped a little leaving the gate, but coming across from the outside, we saw Tamar and Mikal really take her on early. Yeah. She's kind of tightened up there, but, you know, there's no excuses there. I mean, she just was kind of shying away, say, from the other 2 horses. Meanwhile, Tamar's gone to the lead. Francine has now made a big run on the outside, and she goes up and tackles Tamar. While Magic Millions has been switched off the rail and just biding her time to get into to get going. Mikal saves ground all the way. And of course, the first-time starter is well about Virginia Park. Now at this point, Benjamin comes a bit wide into the stretch. Tamar gets left-handed whip. Mikal gets a lovely run up the rails, but the winner is just staying on a little stronger as Benjamin closed resolutely and will be just denied in the end by about half a length. Meanwhile, Mikal and Francine faded through the lane. So the unofficial results 401, 305. Opening quarter 25 and 3, a half mile and 49 and 4. And the winner was able to pass the pole in 107 and 2. Neil, before we go into the Coolward Handicap, we spent a lot of time talking about the success of Patrick Husbands, Safi Joseph in Gulfstream Park. We always talk about Rashawn Latchman and Kemar Trotman, Rico Walcutts. Those guys that are really doing exceptionally well and continue to do exceptionally well. But there are other guys who are not as well known to the Barbados racing public from Barbados who are also making an impact. Guys like Steve Gaskin. And of course at Woodbine you've got guys like Jason Hoyt, Kevin Nichols, who's been doing really well.
Been in ripping form of recent.
And then you got the trainers like Randy Thompson, who's won a couple of races this year. You would be remiss not to mention Sylvester Olivier, who's won a couple. Keith Edwards. They've all won. Ronaldo Holder's won.
Ted
is the man.
Ted is the man who's really
the last couple of weeks has really caught on fire. He has had in the last week he had 3 wins from 4 runners. Including the double last night from 2 runners. And that takes him to something like 8 wins for the year, which may not seem like a lot when you compare it to the guys with the big barns. But for a guy who comes from Barbados without any backing, it's doing really well. We're really remiss not to mention how well he has done.
He's doing really well.
Nathan Squires recently has just won a pretty nice race as well.
Jamal Watson and Jefferson Gill. And just shout out those guys as well.
There are those guys that they don't get the accolades because they're not at the top of the track they're at, but they're making their presence felt in one way or the other, and kudos to them. But really got to shout out Ted because his win percentage is over 12% and his top 3 percentage is over 30%. And anytime your top 3 percentage is over 30%, unless you've only had 2 horses running, you're doing something right. And I want to tell them all, keep up the good work, keep flying the flag high. We in Barbados are watching and proud of all of you. And we look forward to seeing you guys at some point. They'll not only be top jockeys, leading riders, we want to see the leading trainers, the leading owners.
The leading grooms, Dean. Telling you, I've seen so many.
Well, we've already had leading grooms, but unfortunately, you don't see those names on the...
Well, you don't see their names in the lights, but I just want to say my good friend Leroy Trotman, Fat Man as we call him.
And then you got guys like Carlos Grant, who went as a groom, who became a trainer, has done pretty well for himself also, so...
Wayne Grant and those boys.
We got to shout them all out. I mean, continue. You're making us very proud. Show that the Barbados racing fraternity. We can produce people who can succeed at
any track at
the top levels. Of course, we got to mention Jelon Samuels has a couple state rights coming up, and Rocco Boyne, who's continued to do very well in North America as well. So all in all, I got to say kudos to the guys, and we look forward to seeing you guys continue to do well. Just so that, keep up the good work. We're all watching from Little Rock here in the Caribbean Sea. Well, the second race on the day's card, Neil, is the Coolbird Handicap, and it's for 3-year-olds and not rated 70 to 50. It's just a field of 6, and we'll start with number 1, Charles Frederick. He is owned by Mr. Jeffrey K. Owned by Wildcat Stable, bred by Jeffrey Cage and Mr. Stephen Bino. Charles Frederick is ridden this afternoon by Enrico Prescott. Kenny John is the trainer. Number 1, Charles Frederick, Enrico Prescott, 128. Prescott will claim 5.
I think he's at 3 now. I think
3,
I think
actually,
he's at
sorry.
3. Yeah. Number
David-
2 is Morengo, owned by Messrs. Steve and Alan Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Afri Ward gets the call this afternoon. The weight 122 pounds. That's number 2, Morengo in blinkers and a tongue tied. Afri Ward rides 1, 2, 2.
The apprentice Eric Daniel is going to be lagged up by trainer Robbie Pierce on horse number 3, Honey Jazz, for Mrs. Harriet Brathwaite. Honey Jazz is down to take 128 pounds. Number 3, Honey Jazz, Daniel rides 1, 2, 8, and
I think Dean
She's
Hunt,
a
she's a late scratch.
she's
Yes,
a late scratch.
She's a late
so
scratch. She's a
you
late
can
scratch.
scratch number 3 for your program. We'll go to number 4, Peter Sponge. And Slade Jones gets the leg up this afternoon, and he is owned by the Jet Setters, trained by Robbie Pierce, SCM, and takes 121 pounds to post. Number 4, Piton Sponge. Slade Jones rides 1 to 1.
Number 5 is Ciroc, owned by Yellow Star Racing, trained by Eddie Bell. Rashid Hughes rides 122 pounds. That's number 5, Ciroc. Rashid Hughes, 1, 2, 2, and Ciroc will be outfitted in a tongue tie.
Rio Ponte is number 6, and he takes along the top bid of 130 pounds. Ricky Walcott claims the board for trainer Robbie Pierce and owners Mr. Steve and Alan Madu, who are joining us here in Barbados for today's racing. I want to say welcome to the gentlemen. Number 6, Rio Ponte, Ricky Walcott, 130. So that's the field for race number 2, the Coboard Handicap. It's over 1,100 meters or 5.5 furlongs until a few minutes before post line. It's back to you guys.
A picture of Coboard, great Creole, Grand Creole, who had an illustrious career. And just a bit of history on Coboard. Bred and owner by Mr. Veer Davis, Coolbird won the Barbados Triple Crown in 1989. He rocketed to the top of the classification ladder during the 1990s with Anderson Ward in the saddle. His epic duels with three-time Gold Cup winner Sanford Prince will long be remembered by those who witnessed those exciting battles at the Garrison Savannah. Sired by Happy Boy out of Red Dove, Coolbird was trained by William C. Marshall. From his classic triple, he won 23 races from 53 starts, including toppling the top class horses 12 times. Overall, he bankrolled $458,280. In the year 1992, he went on a six-race winning streak. Among his victories was a pair of Heineken Stakes races on Boxing Day. The legendary Coolbird. As I said, this race is for 3 years and older horses, rated 70 to 50. It's also open to horses 3 years and older, rated 49 and below. The purse is $16,500. Number 1 is Charles Frederick with a tongue tie. Ridden by Enrico Prescott. 125 pounds is the weight. This is the property of Wildcat Stables. Kenny John is your trainer. Charles Frederick will wear a tongue tie. Horse number 2 is Moringo. Blinkers and tongue tie his equipment. He is the property of Stephen Allen Madu. We want to say welcome to them up from Trinidad and Tobago here for the Derby and wish them all the best. Good to have them here as we look forward to a Triple Crown Day. And Moringo goes here with Afri Ward in the saddle. The weight 122 pounds. Robert Pierce, as usual, is in charge of Moringo's preparation. Over the page, horse number 4, Piton's Punch, a winner last effort for trainer Robert Pierce. This one is the property of Jet Setters. Slade Jones retains the ride and will go to post at 114 pounds for this engagement. Moving down to horse number 5, Ciroc, owned by Yellow Star Racing, trained by Eddie Bell. Rashid Hughes is on board. 122 pounds is the weight, and Ciroc is fitted with a tongue tie. Number 6, Ray Pointy, racing for the first time in Barbados. This is a 5-year-old bear mare by Gia Pointy out of Dangerous Behavior. The second runner here for Stephen Allen Madu. So they've come up from Trinidad. Has brought this one up from Trinidad as well. Ricky Walcott climbs aboard the top end post of 130 pounds this afternoon for her Garrison debut. And I can tell you for that debut, she is the prohibitive favorite at 2 to 5. So she's carrying all the currency, whether it's TT currency or Barbados currency. We will find out momentarily what it's worth when she crosses the line. Robert Pierce is the trainer, and he has 3 of the 5 runners in this event. So I'm going to take a Robert Pierce trifecta here. Since he has the most runners, I'm going to take his trifecta. But I'm going to take my winner from horse number 4. I'm going to change it up. Sorry. I'm going to back him. I'm going to go against him. I'm going to take horse number 5, Ciroc. I'm going to go for what I think is the better finisher without knowing a lot about Ray Pointy. With Ciroc, 122 pounds with Rashid Hughes. A winner last effort, racing is the colors of the Yellow Star Racing. Eddie Bell is the trainer, so that's a switch from Victor Cheeseman. 122 pounds. Last assignment was with 127 pounds, so that 5 pounds off will definitely make some difference despite the fact that he's gone up in weight. And I think that the speed factor in here is good enough that once a little battle can ensue, then he might just be sitting there waiting in the wings to pounce. And they get my verdict as the winner here. Horse number 5, Ciroc, for trainer Eddie Bell. New trainer Eddie Bell. Rashid Hughes, the champion jockey, 122 pounds for Yellow Star Racing. I'm going to take number 4, Piton's Punch. A winner last effort at 114 pounds today from 123 last time. So also goes down in weight but up in class. And finish off that race last effort to get her first victory since coming over to Barbados from St. Lucia. And I'm going to keep that good form and place her on my second line. And on the third line, we'll take the heavily weighted Ray Pointy, now coming down from 2 to 5 to 1 to 2. And we'll see how much toes she has. And my question mark here is this 130 pounds. However, she comes in with good form. She's been victorious in the last 2 tries in Trinidad. And the one was back up in February, the last back up in February, over 1,100 meters when she skipped home in a quick 103. But she will now have to do it in the land of sea and sun rather than the Twin Island Republic. So I'm going 5, 4, and 6 in that order for the Coolbird handicap over 1,100 meters. Good luck. We are just about 4 minutes away from post time.
Yes, and welcome back to the Garrison. The horses are just walking around at the start for the second race on the day's card, the Coolbird Handicap. We'll give you a quick rundown. The pre-race favorite, of course, here is number 6. And this is Rio Ponte in at 3 to 5. And this is an interesting selection to be favorite. It's 5-year-old Bay Mare. She has been racing in Trinidad. Does come here off of 2 wins in Trinidad. Of course, this is the first time you're seeing her here. Also supporting betting at 9 to 5 is Ciroc. And you'll get a generous 5 to 1 on Piton's Punch number 4. 6 to 1 for horse number 2, Marengo. Also 6 to 1 for horse number 1, Charles Frederick. They've just got about 2 more to load. And these are Gio Ponte and Charles Frederick, Ciroc. These 2 are your previous favorites, and Neil will have the call.
Thank you very much, Dean. I'm sure we would have loved to see Gio Ponte here, but it is Rio Ponte.
Sorry,
Rio Ponte. As Ciroc joins the lineup. Starter raises his flag and he sends them racing for the second race on the program. And Charles Frederick was the first to go. On the in between horses is Marengo. In the 3 path is Ciroc. Rio Ponte is in 4th, and the back marker early is indeed Piton's Punch as they screen down the back stretch and past the 4 furlong marker. And up front it is on the outside now, that is Rio Ponte in front from Marengo. The stablemates are 1-2. In 3rd position is Charles Frederick. Ciroc is in 4th. And Piton's Punch can see them all. That's the way they race as they race towards the 2 furlong marker. And it is Rio Ponte and Marengo in front by 3. Charles Frederick is in 3rd. Here comes Ciroc with her run, and Piton's Punch is also the next one through as they come to the top of the lane. And it is Marengo and Rio Ponte. They have clashed from the get-go. Here comes Ciroc with a run. Piton's Punch is also closing. And down the stretch they come, and it is Marengo in front. Here comes Ciroc on the outside. But it's Marengo, Rio Ponte coming back on the inside, but it's Marengo who wins it from Rio Ponte. Then came Ciroc, Piton's Punch, and Charles Frederick in 105 and 4. In a moment, the unofficial placings for you.
The afternoon second race, the Cool Bird Handicap, 105 and 4/5 as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. The results now up on the board. 2, 6, 5, and 4. 2, Moringo. 6, Rio Ponte. 5, Ciroc. And 4, Piton's Punch. 2, 6, 5, and 4 on the board unofficially in a time of 105 and 4/5. While we await the winner to come back, and I say the winning connection, and you call it a TT double. A 1-2 for owner Stephen Alalmadu. And they look downstairs, they've gone to collect their charges. You see Steve Madu in the middle. Alan is on the extreme right. And the connections of Moringo and Rio Ponte. Very, very impressive, Rio Ponte. And a second victory here for Moringo as Stephen Alalmadu leading a 1-2 here for the connections. And the winner, horse number 2, Moringo, a 5-year-old horse by American Dance out of Constant Girl, owned by Stephen Alalmadu, trained by Robert Pierce, and ridden to victory by Afi Ward. As you see, the winner just being led by Stephen Alalmadu. And in typical Trini colors. So congratulations to the connections. Second horse number 6, Rio Ponte, and very, very impressive debut by this 5-year-old Bear Mare by J. Ponte to dance, or the dangerous behavior, owned by Stephen Alalmadu, trained by Robert Pierce. Took along 130 pounds with Ricky Walcott, and if you take into consideration the light impulse that Ricky would do body weight, you could understand the amount of lead that she carried in that race. And as I said, she was very impressive in defeat, and one that certainly you have to look forward to as racing continues here at the Garrison. Third was horse number 5, Ciroc. Always in the firing line early, but not known for any early toes. A 7-year-old horse by Sydney Scandi, or the My Disco Dancer, owned by Yellow Star Racing, trained by Eddie Bell. Ridden by Rashid used to 122 pounds. Came to have a chance, turn it into the lane, but just didn't have enough to get to the leading 2 who slugged it out. And maybe a neck separated the top 2, and Ciroc not very far behind and turned a good performance. Running 4th was last race. They win a Piton's Punch to step up in class, proving her undoing. She's a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Factum out of MC's Magic, owned by the Jet Setters, trained by Robert Pierce. So effectively of 3 runners, Robert run 1, 2, 4. And fourth was Piton's Punch on the Slade Jones at 114 pounds. Time fractions, 24-2 for the quarter, the half mile, 48-1, and the final time, 105 and 4/5. We're going to look forward to the afternoon's third race, which happens to be the Ginger Lily Handicap. And that race is for 3 years and older horses rated 65 to 47. By extension, it's open to horses rated 46 and below. They're going to be traversing 1,800 meters for a purse of $16,500. A field of 8 minus number 3, conflict of interest. So we'll see 7 runners around 2:05 in the afternoon. Let me backtrack and give you some payments for the afternoon's first race. We had the winner horse number 1, TMR, paid $8.65 to win, $1.55 to place. $8.65 and $1.55 on horse number 4, TMR. For running second, the beaten favorite, Magic Millions, paid $2.15. $2.15 for running second. There was no third money. The exacta 4-1 returned $20.45. $20.45. The exacta of race number 1. Stay tuned for coming attractions.
And welcome back to the commentary board. And Dean, we had a very interesting race, the race number 2.
Yeah, it was very competitive to say the least. This Rio Ponte was pretty impressive. I mean, yes, got beat close home, but at 130 pounds when Ricky Walker up, that's got to be at least 20 pounds a dead weight. Yeah. 25 pounds a dead weight. But ran well. Marengo, the winner, well, pressed early, got up. Charles Frederick led early, faded, I would say. Piton's Punch was beaten for early speed, came, I think he closed evenly. Sorok ran a very nice race, closed gamely, but just couldn't get there. Well, you know, in all, it ended up as a 1-2 for trainer Robbie Pierce. But if time was pretty good too, Neil.
Yeah. The track has been listed as firm, and 105 and 4 for this company is pretty impressive. Well, let's just say the impressive is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's decent time. 24 and 2 for the opening quarter, 48 and 1 for the half mile. Is not exactly a walking pace.
But you know, I took a look at the last time Rio Ponte went. The distance in 5.5 furlongs in the last race noted here, which would be in April this year, and I looked at the time, 103, and there's 103 a flat.
Yeah, but remember that is in Trinidad, and one of the things I always tell people, you gotta remember Trinidad, it's the longest back stretch, one turn, straight down the stretch.
But it's still capable of doing a pretty decent time.
Yeah, but
103 is still 103.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that because we're turning more here, you're going to get a slightly slower time. That's one of the factors that you got to take into consideration. Also, you got to remember that was April. This is a little later down the year. He did take along 130 pounds today, which is a lot for that mare. So there are a number of factors. I don't like to compare times from different tracks. I don't even like to compare times on different days.
But what I'm saying though, that she's quick, and it leaves a lot for us.
To the further, she could probably go. I wouldn't be surprised if she was able to go 105 flat, 104 and change. I don't think you're going to see a 103 in Barbados. And the reason is because we have the turns.
Yeah.
But she's definitely a very, very quick mare. By Gio Ponte out of Forest Danger mare. Forest Danger was really, really a nice horse as well. So all in all, I think it's something to look forward to.
And she goes up against the likes of Shane Dawn and the others.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see when she steps up another level. I think that's when we're going to find out how good she is. Well, the third race on the day's card is the Ginger Lady Handicap. And before we go to that, we'll just ask to see the replay for race number 2.
And it was a little blurry there, but we remember Charles Frederick was the first to go. But
she broke a little way to this Rio Ponte. She's running away. But you got to remember, like I said, I mean, look at
Ciroc
pulling
absolutely double
in a 5.5 long race. You don't see that too often.
Very, very keen. Yeah, so Rio Ponte is very easy.
Yeah.
Ricky Walker already has her settled. Stablemate is just tracking in second.
Charles Frederick switches out to begin a run, but not much of a run for him. Ciroc gets a lovely run up the rail as a result. And Piton's Punch, he's starting to find his best ride. And really, at this point, it looks like it's just going to be between the two of these horses. But Ciroc appears on the outside with a good run. As well as Piton's Punch. But in the end, Marengo just does enough to deny Rio Ponte. But it wasn't much between them. And there's a big difference in weight, I believe. So you've got that to
Marengo took 122 and
yeah, so that's
8 pounds difference.
8 pounds. So may go down by a half length, giving a horse 8 pounds. You've got something to look forward to. Like we said, the third race on today's card is a Ginger Lady Handicap over 1,800 meters or 9 furlongs, and we have one non-starter. And this is number 3, Conflict of Interest. So Neil, number 1 is Gabriel, the mount of Rashid Hughes, trained by Miller St. John, owned by Mr. David Arthur, attempt to take 110 pounds. Number 1, Gabriel, Hughes rides 110.
Number 2 is Peruvian, owned by A&A Racing, trained by Richard Dean. Jarrell Beckles rides 110 pounds. That's number 2, Peruvian, in a nasal dilator. Jarrell Beckles 110.
Kenny John puts the saddle on Nilos for owner's box 2. The rider is Eric Daniel, the weight 128 pounds. Number 4, Nilos, Eric Daniel rides 128.
Number 5 is Fantastic Francis, owned by Mrs. Francis Coley, trained by Xavier Blanche. Raheem Thorpe rides 112 pounds. That's number 5, Fantastic Francis. Raheem Thorpe 112.
Slade Jones doesn't have to change the colors because he rides the Jet Setters Nasty Critter. Horse number 6 for trainer Robbie Pierce, the weight 123 pounds. Number 6, Nasty Critter, Slade Jones 123.
Number 7 is Phil Morris, owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan, trained by Jonathan Simpson. Anderson Trotman rides 110 pounds. That's number 7, Phil Morris, Anderson Trotman, and he will take 3 pounds overweight. So that's number 7, Phil Morris, Anderson Trotman rides 113 pounds.
And rounding out the field is number 8, Ollivander. The mount of Ricky Walker is conditioned by Victor Cheeseman, owned by Miss Marina Corbin and Master Stephen Walker and Richard Edgell. Number 4, Ollivander, Ricky Walker 122. So that's the field for race number 3, the Ginger Lily Handicap. And
I can give you the distances for race number 2, where Marengo was the winner. He won by half of a length, 1 1/4, a length, and 4 3/4. I'll repeat: half of a length of 1 1/4, a length, and 4 3/4 lengths. They did the opening quarter in 24 2, the half in 48 1/5, and they stopped the clock in 1:05 4/5. The official placings are as follows: number 2, Marengo, your winner. Number 2nd was horse number 6, Rio Ponte. 3rd, Ciroc. Number 5. 4th, horse number 4, Piton's Punch. And 5th and last, horse number 1, Charles Frederick. And that's the official placings for race number 2, the Coolbird Handicap. And it went a distance of 1,100 meters. So until post time, stay tuned for featured attractions.
minutes away from post time for the afternoon's third race. And remember, we are running on good to firm conditions. Coverage of races today on MCTV channel 118, CBC Radio 94.7, the best 24/7, and VOB 92.9 FM. And you can also play races from the comfort of your home, your car, in the city, wherever you are. Just go to www.barbadosturfclub.org, click create an account, and you just sign up using your credit card, put in the necessary information, and you can put in the amount that you wish to wager with during the process of the day and have the luxury of betting right at your fingertips. It's as easy as that, and it will take you less than 2 minutes to become an instant member and have a chance at taking away some of these tremendous payments up for grabs. Up next is race number 3, and that starts the afternoon's Soca 6. So in order to stand a chance at winning the Soca 6, you must ensure that you have your bet placed before race number 3 is run off. There you're asked to select the winners of races 3 until 8. 3 until 8. And just to give you some information, there's a minimum guarantee of $4,000 inclusive of a carryover of some $2,065.70 to a single winner for the winning combination in today's Soca 6. There's also a minimum guarantee of $2,000 to a single winner for the winning combination in today's Pick 4 races, which will be races 5, 6, 7, and 8. There's a minimum guarantee of $2,000 to a single winner for the winning combination of the High 5 race, which is race number 8. And please note that all guarantees are paid for a single winning combination each game as advertised above. The Pick 3 races today, races 6, 7, and 8. So you want to play the Pick 3, you want to play the Pick 4, the High 5, and the Soca 6. The Soca 6 begins immediately, and you will want to be a part of that. Just for your information as well, where the loading of the horses are concerned, as you'll be well aware, having been with us for quite some time. If you're now joining us, the maximum field here at the Garrison will be 12 starters. 12 starters, a maximum field. And you will find a situation where you can get horses numbering 15, 16, and 17 taking entry. And those horses would obviously load within the top 12 positions, because you can get, for example, if horse number 3 and 4 scratch, it means that horses 5 and 6 will move into positions 3 and 4 because of space allocations. On the board next is Ginger Lily, and one of 6 Triple Crown winners in the history of Barbados racing, which is well over 150 years, was well documented. And let me give you some background on Ginger Lily. As you see there with Erlen Lord and Arlen Aline, who raced this mare under the name of the Mississippi. Ginger Lily was the outstanding filly in the 1980s. As you can see there in the picture, she's ridden by jockey Hugh Blaze, who rode her to all 3 jewels of the Triple Crown for owner Mississippi. She was by Green Ginger out of the Dam Desert Song, who also foaled another Barbados Guineas winner in Summer Melody, who won that race in 1978. Ginger Lily also won the Independence Creole Championship in 1980, and the Arnold Allen trained Ginger Lily went on to win 8 races, and further return after her racing career to foal Gaddafi, who won the 1990 Barbados Guineas. So a line where the pedigree is very, very strong in the classic. Of course, today is Barbados Derby Day, the 82nd running of this prestigious event. It's Triple Crown year here in Barbados, and for quite some time we are on the Triple Crown trail with People's Champ, the main talked about target in that event, which has a post-time schedule of 4:25 in the afternoon. The horses are about to exit the parade ring. We're going to pick up horse number 2, first out of the blocks. And this race goes 1,800 meters, and this is Peruvian, owned by A&A Racing, trained by Richard Dean. Gerald Beckles is on board, and their weight is 112 pounds, and I'll give you the adjusted weight for that one when we come back. So that's Peruvian. Following Peruvian is horse number 6. And this is Nasty Critter Rhythm. It's Slade Jones. 116 pounds is the weight. And this is owned by the Jet Setters and trained by Robert Pierce. Now going by, we will find horse. It's coming over the page. Number 1, Gabriel. Owned by David Arthur. Trained by Millicent John. Ridden by Rashid Hughes at 110 with the nasal dilator. Make that 116 pounds on number 1, Gabriel. Number 8, just going by Ollivander. Winner, last effort. Ricky Walcott retains the ride. And this is the property of Marina Corbin, Stephen Walcott, and Richard Edgell. Trained by Victor Cheeseman. Ricky Walcott rides at 122 pounds. And Ollivander wears a tongue tie and a nasal dilator. Across from Ollivander, we get horse number 7, Phil Moores. And Phil Moores races in the colours of Levi Cadogan, the owner. Jonathan Simpson is the trainer. He's given Anderson Trotman all the instructions. And together, Trotty has picked up a weight of 113 pounds. That's just 3 pounds over. Let's pick up behind that one, Nile Queen. And this is horse number 4. Ridden today by Eric Daniel. Goes supposed at 125 pounds. He wears blinkers. Kenny John is your trainer. And box 2 are the owners of Nile Queen. And just leaving the parade ring is horse number 5. She's fairly flighty. This is Fantastic Francis, the property of Francis Cooley, trained by Xavier Blanche, ridden by Raheem Torp. A nasal dilator is equipment, and the final weight for young Torpy is 113 pounds, 113. In this field of 8 runners going, originally 8 runners going 1,800 meters. Horse number 3, conflict of interest, is a non-starter. My winner here is going to come from horse number 4, Nilos. I thought that this word really should have won last effort when meeting similar crowd. Went on to Ollivander. So I'm just going to change around the positions today. We see a change of rider as Enrico Prescott has been replaced by Eric Daniel. Both jockeys in the top of the form of this season. They have good form in the last 3 days or so. And Daniel, with already a win on the card, will want to get a victory here with horse number 4, Nilos, who gets my back in here for box 2 and trainer Kenny John, 125 pounds. On my second line, we'll take horse number 6, Nasty Critter, getting closer and closer to the winner's enclosure. And Slade Jones has been on board for the last 2 efforts, winning finishing 4th and 2nd, and went under on both occasions to undisputed, and falls in that 2nd position once more. Doesn't mean that this one with us cannot be elevated to the top position at 117 pounds. To complete my 3, I'm going to take Ollivander. And we'll see exactly just how good he is, because having turned back Nilos last race day, we'll see if he can repeat that feat at the very same distance. 4, 6, and 8 for me. In the afternoon's 3rd race, the Ginger Lily Handicap over 1,800 meters. And just prior to this race, as I was speaking about horses not taking their positions in the starting stall, this is a perfect example where horse number 3, conflict of interest, does not go, and you get a situation where that position could very well be utilized. So with only 7 runners, the starter has the option of maybe just moving out a couple paces from the inside so as to give everyone an even start, so they could very well start the loading process. Let's say from, just for example, from post position number 3 and go 3 straight out till all 7 horses are loaded side by side. If they go from the inside, you will get Gabriel in 1, Peruvian in 2. Nilos will go in post position 3, despite the fact that he'll be wearing post cloth number 4. And number 5, Fantastic Francis, will go in 4. 6, Nasty Critter will go in 5. 7, Phil Moores will go in 6. And you go with that until the very end. And it will happen so at all the distances, basically 5.5, 1,570 meters, 1,800 meters, or even the 2,000 meter event.
And welcome back to the Garrison Savannah, where the horses are at the gate for race number 3. The Ginger Lily Handicap, going a distance of 1,800 meters. For horses 3 years old and older, rated 65 to 47. One non-starter in number 3, Conflict of Interest. Those facing the starter are as follows. Number 1, Gabriel, in at 5 to 1, owned by Mr. David Arthur, trained by Miller St. John. Rashid Hughes rides 116 pounds. That's number 1, Gabriel. Rashid Hughes, 116. Number 2 is Peruvian, owned by ANA Racing, trained by Richard Dean. Jarrell Beckles rides 116 pounds is the final weight. That's number 2, Peruvian. Jarrell Beckles, 116, and is in at 5 to 1. 3 to 1 on horse number 4, Nilos, owned by Box 2, trained by Kenny John. Eric Daniel rides 125 pounds. That's number 4, Nilos. Eric Daniel, 1 to 5, and Nilos is in at 3 to 1. 23 to 1 on horse number 5, Fantastic Francis, owned by Mrs. Francis Colley, trained by Xavier Blanche. Raheem Thorpe rides 113 pounds is the final weight. That's number 5, Fantastic Francis. Raheem Thorpe, 113, and it's in now at 22 to 1. 2 to 1 favorite. Horse number 6, Nasty Critter, for the Jet Setters, trained by Robert Pierce. Slade Jones rides 117 pounds. That's number 6, Nasty Critter. Slade Jones, 117. Phil Morris is number 7, owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan, trained by Jonathan Simpson. Anderson Trotman rides 113 pounds and is in at 3 to 1. So that's 3 to 1 on horse number 7, Phil Morris. Anderson Trotman, 113. And on the outside, number 8, Ollivander, owned by Miss Marina Corbin and Messrs. Stephen Walcott and Richard Edgell, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Ricky Walcott rides 122 pounds. That's number 8, Ollivander. Ricky Walcott, 122, and is in at 5 to 2. So from the top, number 1, Gabriel is in at 6 to 1. Number 2, Peruvian is in at 5 to 1. 3 to 1 and 4, Nilos. Fantastic Francis, number 5, is in at 22 to 1. Your favorite is horse number 6, Nasty Critter, in at 2 to 1. 3 to 1 on horse number 7, Phil Morris. And rounding out the field, Ollivander is 3 to 1 as the loading process has started. Yes, we have standing quietly will be Gabriel and Peruvian. We still have Phil Morris and the Nasty Critter. We also see Fantastic Francis. I like number 4, Nilos, in this event. See, only one who genuine steer in the race, and I think that this is or should be a pretty good ride, a good race for horse number 4, Nilos. So with 2 to go for the call of the Ginger Lily Handicap, Dean Springer.
Thank you, Neil. We just wait for Fillmore's and Nasty Critter. Interesting too, is Fillmore's, is named after well-known establishment in Florida. I'm pretty sure trainer Jonathan Simpson knew what he was calling it that. And in goes Fillmore's. So we wait now for Nasty Critter. And Nasty Critter will join the lineup. They're locked away. Under starters' orders. Racing, and now everyone got off to a decent beginning. Ollivander's white hair noseband goes across to the outside to pick it up from Fantastic Francis into second with a mile to go. So it is Ollivander with the white silks in front. Then there's Fantastic Francis in the navy blue and sash towards the outside. Nilos, light blue silks. On the inside, Nasty Critter in the orange and green. Fillmore's blue with yellow jacket and stars is on the outside next. Then there is behind that one Gabriel in the pale colors, and Peruvian in the red is the back marker. The opening quarter was 26 flat as they round the farther, had it been ahead towards a 5 furlong marker. And Ollivander is just the leader from Nilos. Nasty Critter goes up on the inside. Splitting Horses is Fantastic Francis. On the outside is Phil Moores. There's a break of a length and a half before we get to Gabriel. Peruvian sees them all. The half mile, 50 flat. They're round the far turn. They head up the hill. They've just got about 3 furlongs to go. And it is Ollivander being pressed all the way by Nilos. On the outside, Phil Moores is next. Nasty Critter is on the inside of him. Then there's a long break to Gabriel Peruvian. And Fantastic Francis has dropped away to accompany the ambulance. 6 and 1, 14 and 2 inside the quarter pole they charge. And it is Ollivander who continues to hang on tough. On the outside, here comes Phil Moores. Knee lost between horses. Nasty Critter gets the split and comes storming through on the inside. It is on the inside. Ollivander, Nasty Critter, and Phil Moores. Phil Moores, Nasty Critter, Phil Moores, Nasty Critter, Ollivander. And inside the final Campbell's yards, it's going to be very close between Phil Moores and Ollivander. Nasty Critter and Gabriel rounds out the top 4. The winner finished in 150, 2 and 3 in a month recap for you.
And what a finish to the afternoon's third race. It finished in 152 and 3/5. 152 and 3/5 in a cracking driving finish as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. And the results on the board: 7-8, 6 and 1, 7-8, 6 and 1. Horse number 7, Phil Moores, getting up in a driving finish. Second, horse number 8, Ollivander. Third, horse number 6, Nasty Critter. And fourth, horse number 1, Gabriel. 7, 8, 6 and 1. The time fractions: 26 flat for the quarter, half mile 50 flat, 6 furlongs in 114 and 2. And the mile was completed in 140 and 2, with the winner flashing past the post in 152.3. As we look downstairs, the winner is about to head this way and being led in by trainer Jonathan Simpson and his groom. So congratulations to the connections of horse number 7, Phil Moores, and ridden by the 8 times champion jockey of Barbados, Anderson Tom Trotman, who picked up 3 pounds overweight, and even with 3 pounds, he's light at 113 pounds. Congratulations to all concerned. And horse number 7, Phil Moores, a 5-year big gelding by Bram Stoker, all the solid gold. So this is all bred at Brighton. And Jonathan Simpson, and owned by Mr. Levi Cadogan, trained by Jonathan Simpson. Anderson Trotman was aboard. Took along 113 pounds to this impressive victory. Continues some very, very good form where he has galvanized a win, a second, a sixth, a first, a second, a seventh, a first, and he's now top of that with another first. A good top up. Second was horse number 8, Ollivander. Tried for a second win in succession, but was just undone in the last, I would say, half of a furlong, or the last couple of strides, really and truly. But a very, very gallant effort by this 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Jeanette out of Annabelle Jane, owned by Marina Corbin, Stephen Walker, and Richard Edgell, trained by Victor Cheeseman, and Ricky Walker was aboard, took around 122 pounds. Third was horse number 6, Nasty Critter. Tried to split horses, came with every chance, but just came up short again. The 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Sing Baby Sing, out of Miss Busy, owned by the Jet Setters, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Slade Jones, took 116 pounds for this assignment. And fourth was horse number 1, Gabriel, running a decent race, a 4-year-old Grey Roan Colt by Tappet's Code, out of Ella Delisle, owned by David Arthur, trained by Millicent John. Rashid Hughes was aboard, took along 116 pounds for this assignment in finishing a good fourth. There you have it, unofficial on the board, 7, 8, 6, and 1. The winner horse number 7, Phil Moores. Still to come, that nostalgic moment this afternoon, a little later in the program. We also look forward to the 15th running of the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Handicap, which goes 1,570 meters for the top class horses. And of course, 2 races later will be the running of the 82nd Barbados Derby over 2,000 meters for the best Barbados bred trio-olds in the country. West Indies and Barbados bred trio-olds in the country. Let me give you some payments for the last race, which was race number 2. The winner, horse number 2, Moringo, paid $6.75 to win, $1.75 to play. $6.75 and $1.75 on horse number 2, Moringo. For running second, horse number 6, Rio Pointy. This is the daughter of Gio Pointy. Paid $1.80, 180. The exact combination of 2 and 6 returned $22.65, $22.65. There was no trifecta. The daily double of the winner of race number 1, TMR. So if you had 4 in race 1 and 2 in race 2, you are entitled to collect $121.60, $121.60 for the afternoon's daily double. Up next is the afternoon's 4th race, and that happens to be the Waters Meet Handicap, going 1,570 meters for 3 years and older horses, rated 30 to 15. That race has a post-time schedule of approximately 2:40 in the afternoon, and we have 12 starters for that event. Until 5 minutes before post-time, stay tuned for coming attractions.
Okay, thank you very much, Lyndon, as we will have the replay of race number 3. And they all got out to a pretty level beginning. Early on, in the early fractions, we can see it was Ollivander. Fantastic Francis also went early, but you can see the intention of Ricky Walker was just to dictate his own pace this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. He set out to make all the running. I mean, and it nearly worked. I mean, the pace was very, very slow early, 26, 50, 114. So really, there was no excuses as far as fractions go for a front runner this afternoon, like Ollivander.
It was very easy as they went into the turn, and you could already feel get a pulse for the race as Ricky's just, you know, in his head he knows the fractions, he knows what he wants to do.
What is interesting to see Nelos go up and say, look, you know, you're going too slow. Yeah. You're going to make you press the issue a little bit.
And I think this is what cost him the race.
And meanwhile, Phil Morris, who's turning out to be pretty much a 9 furlong specialist, gets closer. So too does Nasty Critter. And these 4...
They separated themselves.
They started to separate themselves very, very quickly going through the hill. Gabriel is being asked to get closer into it. Peruvian as well, but meanwhile, Fantastic Francis is basically had enough. At this point, you know, it looks like you're definitely sure the winner is going to come from the first four. We were talking earlier off here about these light colors, these light blues and whites. So difficult on a bright day.
Yeah,
But as it turned for home, Ollivander still seems to be doing enough. Nasty Critter gets a lovely run through on the inside. But here comes Phil Morris and Anderson Trotman. I mean, what can you say about Trotty? He just knows how to win races at Garrison. Let's just leave it at that, you know.
Yeah, this is his stomping ground, and he managed to pit his good friend Ricky Walcott on the wire. So officially, the race is being declared official. First, horse number 7, that's Phil Morris. Second, horse number 8, Ollivander. Third, number 6, Nasty Critter, and fourth, horse number 1, Gabriel. They did the opening quarter in 26 flat, 50 flat for the half, 1:14 and 2 3/4 of a mile, 1:40 for the mile, and they stopped the clock in 1:52 and 3/5. 1:52 and 3/5. We're moving on to the Waters Meet handicap. And this is for horses 3 years old and older, rated 30 to 15. We have non-starters number 3, 9, and number 11. Numbers 3, Soul to Soul. Number 9, Firecracker. And number 11, No Fly Zone. They will stay indoors. Those facing the starter are as follows. Number 1 is Scarface, owned by Mistaken Identity, trained by Hayden Nichols. Deshaun Gaskin rides 125 pounds. So that's number 1, Scarface in blinkers and tongue tied. Deshaun Gaskin 125, and the young man should claim 7 to go to post with 118 pounds. So that's number 1, Scarface. Deshaun Gaskin 118.
Number 2 is Little But Lucky, owned by Mr. Adam Dean and trained by his father Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman holds the reins to weight 121 pounds. Number 2, Little But Lucky. Trotman rides 1-1.
Pray for Me is horse number 4. Owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Andrew Nunez. Delano Lopez rides 126 pounds. That's number 4, Pray for Me. Delano Lopez 126.
Number 5 is Lady Diva. She'll be carrying the colors of Mr. Barry Bishop. Slade Jones gets a call for trainer Naz Issa, the weight 128 pounds. Number 5, Lady Diva. Slade Jones rides 1-8. He'll claim 7.
Number 6 is Whispering Angel, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Ramel Lovell. Afri Ward rides 126 pounds. That's number 6, Whispering Angel. Afri Ward 126.
Number 7 is Midnight Chick. Enrico Prescott has the leg up for owner and trainer Mr. Philip Batson. The weight 123 pounds. Number 7, Midnight Chick. Prescott rides 1-3.
Over the page we go to number 8, Riddick, owned by Mr. Northcote, trained by Kenny John. Antonio Perch rides 118 pounds. That's number 8, Riddick. Antonio Perch 118.
Number 10, let's see, Khadijah Arthur, as we call her, Sue, get her first ride, lifetime, on horse number 10, Shake Them Up Noble, for owner and trainer Mr. John D. Chandler. Number 10, Shake Them Up, Shake Them Up Noble. Khadijah Arthur rides 1-2, and the young lady, yes I said, young lady, will claim 10 as she will be riding without a whip.
We wish her all the best. Number 12 is Provence, the second entry for Melrose Racing, also trained by Ramel Lovell. Rashid Hughes rides 123 pounds. That's number 12, Provence. Rashid Hughes 1-3.
Deshaun Hazelwood claims aboard horse number 13, Oprah, for owner Mr. Adam Dean and trainer Richard Dean. The weight 128 pounds. Number 13, Oprah. Hazelwood rides 1-8.
Number 14 is Sebastian, owned by Lady Seal, trained by Andrew Nunez. Ricky Walcott rides 116 pounds. That's number 14, Sebastian Ricky Walcott 116.
Mark Armstrong saddles horse number 15, Sativa, and he'll leg up Jarrell Beckles with 123 pounds. Number 15, Sativa, Beckles 1-3. So that's the field for this event, which is scheduled for 2:40 p.m. So we'll ask you to join us just before post time for race number 4, the Waters Meet Handicap.
Won Barbados Derby, trained by Freddie Turkle. The filly, apart from winning the classics, raced up to A2. When retired as a mare, she threw 4 offsprings: Freshwater, Edgewater, River Bay, and Running Water. In 1972, Waters Meet held the F-class record over 1,100 meters, and that was 102 and 4. And that she then returned to set the Derby record of 155 and 1 over 1,800 meters. The horses are on post parade. We're going to start with horse number 12 in this huge field, and this is none other than Provence, the property of Melrose Racing, ridden by Rashid Hughes, 123 pounds, and Ramel Lovell is your trainer. Let's pick up last race day winner on track, horse number 4, Pray For Me. The same combination returns. Delal Lopez, 123, for Sir David Seas and trainer Andrew Nunez. Looking to make it 2 wins in succession. As this field for the Waters Meet Handicap will be going 1,570 meters for 3 years and older horses, rated 30 to 15 for a purse of $13,500. Let's pick up horse number 2, about to exit the parade ring. This is Little But Lucky, in the colors of Mr. Adam Dean, ridden by Anderson Trotman, 121 pounds with a tongue tie, and Richard Dean is your trainer. Immediately following Little But Lucky is horse number 5, Lady Diva. She's fitted with cheek pieces, and Slade Jones is on board, 119 pounds for the Barry Bishop own, and Naz is a trained mare who wears a tongue tie as well. Make that weight, 121 pounds, 121. Let's pick up horse number 10, her first appearance on the track. This is Shake Them Up Noble, and it gets the services of Khadija Arthur, and it goes to post. She will ride with no whip, and she gets a tremendous round of applause, much deserved. And she goes to post, and she will be riding without a whip, and that means she's allowed to claim 10, and the horse will go to post at 112 pounds for this assignment on horse number 10, Shake Them Up Noble. Let's pick up horse number 1 in the gallop going down, Scarface, the property of Mistaken Identity, ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, 118 pounds, blinkers and tongue-tied equipment on the Hayden Nichols trained chestnut horse. We're going to pick up in the blue sleeves, black body. This is Sebastian, in the colors of Lady Seal, ridden by Ricky Walker, 118 pounds for trainer Andrew Nunez, fitted with cheek pieces. Behind that one is Midnight Chick, horse number 7, blinkers the equipment, 123 minus 320 pounds for Philip Batson, who's the owner and the trainer. Let's pick up horse number 8, Riddick, just about to go off in a little bit of a steady. Ridden by Antonio Perch, 118 pounds for Mr. Northcore and trainer Kenny John. Behind Riddick is horse number 15, just about to come into your picture. This is Sativa, ridden today by Gerald Beckles, 120 pounds, tongue tie and cheek pieces equipment on the Mar Armstrong train, MTD Racing owned 4-year-old Bay filly. We will skip horse number 13, which is just going to come back to your picture with the black body. This is another second runner here for Mr. Adam Dean, the trainer Richard Dean. This is Oprah, ridden by Tishawn Hazelwood, 121 pounds is the weight. And that's the field for, we would have pick up horse number 6, Whispering Angel, Afri Ward. Cheek pieces equipment, 126 pounds on the Melrose Racing second runner here for trainer Rama Perkins level. And Afri Ward is on board. And that rounds out this field for the Waters Meet Handicap. This race offers Parry Forecast, Trifecta, and Superfest, the second leg of the Soca 6. My winner is going to come from horse number 4, Pray For Me. And you know tomorrow is a holy day, Sunday, for those of you who go to church on Sunday. And a victorious last effort. And needed that run, but got home needing that run. So I think that definitely must be better off for this exchange about 1,570 meters. Steps up a little bit in the class, but I think that the rate of 123 should not make a significant impact on their performance. So I'm picking horse number 4 to land here for Sir David Seal and trainer Andrew Busher Nunez with Delano Lopez on board. On my second line, I'm going to take horse number 12, Provence. And this one happened to chase Pray For Me home, so I'm not changing up the order of finish. I'm going to pick, despite the fact that it's stretching up to 1,570 meters, I'm taking her to follow him home in that order where Rashid Hughes aboard. Third, I'm going to take horse number 1, Scarface, who's been in good form of a win, a 4th and a 6th place. Could control the early fractions here and dictate terms, and then that could spell danger for all. Falls on my third line under Deshaun Gaskin. And to complete my 4, I'm going to take horse number 10, Shake Them Up Noble, with young Khadija Arthur in her first appearance on the track. Good luck to all concerned. 4, 12, 1, and 10. In the afternoon's Waters Meet Handicap. Allow me to give you some payments as we are just about 5 minutes away from post time. Payments for race number 3, where the winner horse number 7, Fillmore's paid $4.30 to win, $4 to place, $4.30 and $4 on horse number 7, Fillmore's. For running second, number 8, Ollivander paid $1.95, $1.95. There was no third money. The exacta of 7 and 8 returned $27, $27. The trifecta of 7, 8, and 6 returned $64.15, $64.15. Fourth was number 1, Gabriel. Fifth was number 4, Nilos. Sixth, number 2, Peruvian. And seventh was number 5, Fantastic Francis. And just so you know, that the horses will move up 1 spot in this loading position. 1 spot in the loading position, so you get 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. Pray For Me, number 4 will load in box position number 3. And the others will come up 1 spot until the 12 boxes are filled. So be reminded of that in essence that we don't have entries here of horses 3, 9, and 11. Those positions 4 down to 15 will move into line and move ahead 1 spot each in the loading stalls. Thank you.
Yes, and
Just
welcome
about 4
back
minutes.
to the Garrison Savannah, where the horses are at the gate and actually starting to load for this, the 4th race on the day's card. And we'll start to talk about the favorite, which is horse number 12, Provence. Rashid Hughes is aboard. And Provence comes in here off a second last time out, behind Pray For Me and Lady Diva. And it's presently a 4 to 5 favorite. Of the others, getting some support in the betting, horse number 1, Scarface, is in at 5 to 1 with Deshaun Gaskin. And also getting support is horse number 6, Whispering Angel, the mount of Alfred Ward, also in at 5 to 1. Next in the betting, you get number 4 in at 8 to 1. And this is Pray For Me, the mount of Delano Lopez. Actually shortens into 7 to 1 now. You also get some, then we get some 9 to 1s in horses numbers 14 and 15. And these are Sebastian and Sativa. Sebastian partnered by Ricky Walcott, while Jarrell Beckles rides number 15, Sativa. After that, the odds get even longer, as we get Midnight Chick is in at 17 to 1. You get a 15 to 1 for horse number 5. This is Lady Diva. And then 28 to 1 for horse number 8, Riddick. Number 10, Shake Them Up Oval, is partnered by Khadija Arthur, and it's the longest shot on the board at 65 to 1. And take a quick look there. We just saw that one on screen, heading towards the starting stalls. Overall, a very competitive, tough race to pick a winner here. I think even though Provence is even money favorite now, it's a tough task. In this company, it's wide open race. There's no one that I would say stands out heads above the others. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this one shakes out. And of course, all eyes will be on the young lady aboard Shake Them Up Noble. As we take a look down, the loading process is just about complete, and Neil has the call.
Thank you very much, Dean. As it looks like Sebastian, last to join the line. Starter raises his flag, and he sends them racing for the fourth race on the program. And they got out to a pretty decent beginning. From in the middle of the course early, we have Provence. Wide on the outside is Sativa. Between horses is Sebastian. Midnight Chick is along the rails. Then comes Scarface. Between horses then is Pray For Me. Then comes Sebastian. Shake Them Up Noble gets a good run. Then comes Lady Diva. Whispering Angel. Little But Lucky. And Riddick is their back marker. As they pass the 5.5 furlong marker, and up front, quite easy, is Midnight Chick. In front by a length. Along the rails, Deshaun Gaskin brings Scarface nicely into second. Provence is in third. Painting the plastic fourth is Pray For Me. Then comes between horses is Lady Diva. So too here comes Whispering Angel. On the outside of Whispering Angel is Riddick. Then comes Shake Them Up Noble, Sebastian, Sativa, and the back marker is Little But Lucky. As they race through the 3 furlong marker, and it is up front, Midnight Chick, hounded now by Scarface. They are 3 lengths away from, on the inside is Pray For Me. Then comes Provence. Lady Diva is getting a bit closer. Here comes Riddick with his run as they come within the mile marker. And it is Scarface who hits the front, holding on resolutely on the inside. Here is Midnight Chick as they turn for home, and Scarface points. On the outside is Pray For Me, and down the stretch they come, and it is Scarface on the outside. Here comes Pray For Me, or even on the outside is Riddick. It is Pray For Me, but on the inside here comes Scarface to win it. Scarface wins it from Pray For Me. Then came Riddick. Along the rails was Midnight Chick. Then came Provence, Oprah, Shake Them Up Noble, then Little But Lucky, Lady Diva, Sebastian, Whispering Angel, and Sativa in 137 and 2. In a moment, we have the unofficial placings for you.
For the running of the Waters Meet Handicap over 1,570 meters as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. The results posted on the board: 1, 4, 8, and 7. 1, 4, 8, and 7. The winner horse number 1, Scarface. Second horse number 4, Pray For Me. Third horse number 8, Riddick. And fourth was horse number 7, Midnight Chick. 1, 4, 8, and 7. Time fractions 24 and 3 for the first quarter. The half mile 49 and 1. 3/4 miles in 1:14 flat. And they start the clock in 1:37 and 2/5.
What a lovely race, man. She's sitting there like she really belongs over there.
As we await the winner to come back, results up on the board 1, 4, 8, and 7. And the winner making their way back. Congratulations to the connections of horse number 1. And being led in by the connections of Mr. Kelman and the trainer, Hayden Nichols, and of course, they're leading for Mistaken Identity, horse number 1, Scarface. And the winning jockey, Deshaun Gaskin. Congratulations to all concerned. Looked well turned out. Ran an excellent race. As I said before, the race was in some very good form. And Speedwise had every chance to get the job done. And snuck through the inside and went about his business and won convincingly for his second victory in his last 4 starts. Scarface, horse number 1, is a 6-year-old chestnut horse by Happy Memories out of Shock and Awe. Only Mistaken Identity, trained by Hayden Nichols, and Deshaun Gaskin was aboard for the victory. Second was horse number 4, Pray For Me, and he was the winner last race day. And the applause you're hearing downstairs is for young Khadija Arthur. She successfully makes her first trip around the track, and she looked very composed, very settled, and like she really belongs. Congratulations to her for getting back in safe. Was a good learning experience. As I said, horse number 4, Pray For Me, is owned by Sir David Steele, trained by Andrew Nunez, and this is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Preach to Me out of Swan Song. Delana Lopez was aboard 123 pounds. Number 8, checked in third. This is Riddick, the property of Mr. Northcourt, trained by Kenny John. Antonio Perch was aboard 118 pounds. This is a 7-year-old chestnut horse by Wall Crime out of Midnight Blue. And fourth was horse number 7, Midnight Chick, who took up the running early. Owned and trained by Philip Batson, ridden by Enrico Prescott, 120 pounds in blinkers. And she is an 8-year-old chestnut mare by Copy That out of Midnight Bell. 1, 4, 8, and 7. In the final time of 1:37.2, and all that information is unofficial on the Waters Meet Handicap. Up next is the afternoon's supporting feature, and this is the TA Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race, which goes a distance of 1,570 meters, and this race will be with minus horses 2, Sir Jimmy, and 5, Speed Franco, who unfortunately we lost earlier in this week. So a very tragic time for the connections of horse number 8, Speed Franco, who had just begun to make some impression on the racing family when he tragically took ill and passed away. But we've got a competitive field of 6, and we have a post-game schedule of 3:15 in the afternoon, where we are just about 27 minutes away from the running of that race. Stay tuned for coming attractions.
Thank you very much, Lyndon, and we'll have the replay of race number 4. And they got out to a pretty level beginning. A bit of bunching early.
What's Khadija Arthur on Shit Em Up Noble Leave It Again?
Yeah.
She did a break too fast, but you can see her, she's right in looking together in position.
It's a good position.
And I mean, you can't ask more of that for a rider having her first ride. Meanwhile, Midnight Chick has gone to the lead, but she's being hounded by Provence.
And
Sativa, it looks like. Scarface has found a lovely position on the rail, just blobbing along as if behind the vertical pace. And behind him is Pray For Me.
Mm-hmm.
Who
I'm looking to see what happened to Whispering Angel, because I think she pulled up At
the end of the race,
she
she definitely was not happy. She's still with the bunch here, but
traveling nicely.
Riddick is pretty far back. Provence, despite being favorite, is already in trouble as they go over the hill. A little bit lucky, is a bit wide, so it's with Sebastian. Meanwhile, Scarface is now being asked to get going.
No, Scarface is at front. Lady Diva is the one ending.
Scarface,
see how those colors are so
blue and yellow.
Yeah.
But
here, Gaskin seems to have it.
Well, at this point, it's definitely a race is on between him, and here comes Pray for Me.
Yeah.
With his run.
And that's Delano Lopez.
Delano Lopez really riding, pumping away at Pray for Me, but Gaskin. What I like here is his use of his left hand through the lane, and Scarface gets home.
And that's good to see from a young man, Dean, who has not had, 20 rides? I don't think it's 20 years
He's probably had more than that by now, but what I like about him is that he's
very composed, Dean.
He's very composed. Yeah. He's riding with a lot of confidence as well. Of course, this is now 3 wins for him.
Yeah.
And, man is really, really starting to capture the attention of race fans.
Yeah, but that's his 24th ride.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's done well for Velma, who's only had 24, 25 rides. You've got to hand it to him, because when you think that on average it takes about 30 rides for a jockey to win a race, that's the average. He's got 3 and 24, 25 rides now. You've got to hand it to him. He's obviously learning the game very, very quickly.
And it's good to see Hayden Nichols is really working with him.
Yeah, Hayden Nichols is really invested in him. Basically put him on everything he has running.
Yeah.
And he's delivering, which is the important part. Well, Neil, race 5 is the supporting feature. That's what I was looking for. The T8 Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy condition race. Over 1,570 meters. It's for the top rated horses. The total purse is $25,000. And it's robbed with the scratches of number 2, Sir Jimmy. Also, number 5, Speed Franco, who unfortunately passed away a couple of days ago. However, horse number 1 is Celestial Storm. The Samuel Gray mare is owned by Mr. Roger Parvacino, JP, who also does the trainer. He'll leg up Delano Lopez away at 128 pounds. Number 1, Celestial Storm, Lopez 128.
Deshaun Hazelwood gets the call on horse number 3, Stockyard, owned by Messrs. Steve and Alan Madu. Robert Pierce is the trainer. Hazelwood 118 pounds. So that's number 3, Stockyard. Deshaun Hazelwood 118, and Stockyard will be outfitted with blinkers.
Slade Jones gets a call for horse number 4, Stealing, trained by John Mark Kozier for his wife, Mrs. Nalicia Kozier, and taking 118 pounds. Number 4, Stealing, S. Jones, 118.
Number 6 is Trini Aviator, owned by Messrs. Dwight Hunt and Terry Ennis, trained by Romel Lovell. Enrico Prescott rides 123 pounds. That's number 6, Trini Aviator, and Enrico Prescott, 123.
Bill Zink owns horse number 7, Gandalf, trained by Victor Cheeseman and ridden this afternoon by Afri Ward with 123 pounds. Number 7, Gandalf, Afri Ward rides 123.
And rounding out the field is horse number 8, Terrain, owned by Messrs. Daniel and Martin Reisman, trained by Richard Dean. Ricky Walcott rides 123 pounds. That's horse number 8, Terrain, Ricky Walcott, 123. And that's the field to face the starter for this year's edition of the TA Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race, going a distance of 1,570 meters for 3 years old, horses 3 years old and older. Remember, this race is with no apprentice allowances. So please remember, no apprentice allowances. So those rates which we're giving, those are the final weights. So that's it. And until a few minutes before post, please stay tuned for some coming attractions.
16 minutes away from the afternoon supporting feature. Before we get into that, I can give you the payments and the official order of finish for the afternoon's fourth race. The winner, horse number 1, Scarface, paid $7.60 to win, $2 to place, $7.60 and $2 on horse number 1, Scarface. For running second, horse number 4, Pray For Me, paid $2.15, $2.15. Third was horse number 8, Riddick, who returned $10.65, $10.65 on Riddick for running third. The exact of 1 and 4 returned $55.90, $55.90. The trifecta of 1, 4, and 8 returned $286.30, $286.30. If you had a superfecta of 1, 4, 8, and 7, Scarface, Pray For Me, Riddick, and Midnight Chick, you're entitled to collect $2,162.80, $2,162.80. Running fifth was number 12, Provence. 6th was number 13, Oprah. 7th was number 10, Shake Them Up Noble. 8th was number 2, Little But Lucky. 9th was number 5, Lady Diva. 10th was number 14, Sebastian. 6th, number 11, Whispering Angel. 12th and last, number 15, Sativa. The final time, 1:37 and 2/5. We are now moving on to the afternoon's supporting feature. And this is the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race. And this event goes a distance of 1,570 meters for 3-year-olds and older. In fact, the top class horses will compete in this event at 1,570 meters. So we got a field of 6, and they're all in the parade ring. Just to give you some history on Tommy Pierce. This race was initiated back in 2007, and it's now this is the 15th edition. He was an owner who also served as a director with the Barbados Turf Club. In business, Mr. Pierce held the position of CEO at Massey United Insurance Company, who as a business entity collaborated with the Barbados Turf Club to sponsor the Barbados Derby for a record 35 years. Pierce, in his heyday as the owner, won several races, including with Monami, Spree Girl, Carlisle Bay, and Flying High, whom gave his son, trainer Robert Pierce, his lone success as a jockey. The family involvement in racing, the sport of canes, can be traced as far back as in the 1960s, when Tommy's father, Tino Pierce, held the position of president of the Barbados Turf Club between 1963 and 1975. Robert, now a third-generation trainer, holds 1 victory here, and that was the 2009 edition, when Daylight Express obliterated the track record, lowering it to 1:33 and 1/5. So we are on to the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race, the 15th edition of this event. Starters are as follows for the race that offers a purse of $25,000. There's no apprentice allowance. And we can start with horse number 1. And this is none other than Celestial Storm. And she's the property of the Papacinos. Of course, Roger Papacino is the backbone behind her now, as he has always been. And of course, she's a winner of the Gold Cup a couple of years ago. And she's without a win this year. She gets the services of Delana Lopez, who retains the ride. So they have a chemistry together. And of course, Celestial Storm, horse number 1, races for Roger Papacino, who's also the trainer. She's fitted with a tongue tie, goes supposed at 128 pounds, with young Delana Lopez in the irons. In 33 lifetime starts, she's won 11 times, 10 seconds, and has 5 thirds to her credit. Let's pick up horse number 3, Stockyard. And this is the property of Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Tishon Hazelwood at 118 pounds, and he wears blinkers. Since coming to Barbados, he started 5 times, and he's yet to hit the board. Over the page, horse number 4, Stealing, now coming into your picture. And she is the property of Melissa Cozier, trained by John Mark Cozier, ridden by Slade Jones at 118 pounds, and she has on her customary equipment of a tongue tie and a nasal dilator. Steelen has raced 41 times. She's won 9, 6 seconds, and 6 thirds. Let's move to horse number 6, Trini Aviator, the property of Dwight Hunt and Terry Innes, trained by Rommel Perkins Lovell. Enrico Prescott is aboard 123 pounds, and this 6-year-old chestnut horse is fitted with blinkers and a tongue tie. Gandalf, the Grand Creole at 6 years old, is ridden by Afri Ward for Victor Cheeseman, the trainer. Bills Inc. pays all the bills and gives all the instructions. Hence the reason why Gandalf is fitted with a tongue tie and a nasal dilator. Goes to post at 123 pounds. And Gandalf for this exchange is going after a hat trick of wins. Over the page, we get horse numbers on the outside, horse number 8, Terrain, seeking consecutive victories. Ricky Walcott retains the ride at 123 pounds. The equipment is a nasal dilator, and this is the property of Daniel and Martin Reisman. And Richard Dean has given Ricky all the instructions he needs, if he needs any at all. This race offers price forecast and trifecta. I'm going to take my win here from horse number 1, Celestial Storm. And despite the fact that she's yet to win this year, they're playing right back in her alley this time. Despite the fact that she's still shouldering weight, they're coming right up to her in the weight. She isn't giving away loads of weight, as is a custom. And I think the 2 threats are close enough that if not good enough, they will hear what she has to say. I expect her to get the better of the pair and go on to record her 12th victory here with young Dylan Lopez in the Urns, and he has been aboard for her last 5 trips. Of course, he's sponsored by On The Spot News, and this will be news once the Gold Cup winner can return to the winner's enclosure. Just ahead of her, you get horse number 8, Terrain, who's going to fall on my second line. And I think he's going to have it busy on the front end. Had a very, very good victory last effort when defeating Speed Franco, who we lost earlier this week. It was in the front running fashion. On that occasion, he was just touring the Savannah with a light impulse of 110 pounds. He goes up 13 pounds for this assignment. And we will see if he has made that step up in class to be 13 pounds closer or close enough to Celestial Storm and turn her back like he did last time they met. To complete my tree, I'm going to take horse number 7, Gandalf. And he seeks a hat trick, but that hat trick will probably come easier if he was competing with Creoles. He butts some imported whom he has not beaten for quite a while. And he has to go back until the 12th of December last year for his last victory over an imported when he defeated Zagan on that occasion. But prior to that, he's fell victim to Night Prowler Rising Star Zagan twice, and he's gotten the better of Creole. So he's stepping back up where he meets Terrain. He's also encountering Celestial Storm, and as I said, those importers has proven a little too tough for him at this stage of his career. So if he can turn back that form, and repeat his form of maybe 3 years ago, he's just as good as gold. For me, he falls on my 3rd line. I'm going 1, 8, and 7, the trifecta, for the 15th edition of the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy condition race, handicap condition race, over 1,570 meters. Following the running of this race, we will have the presentation made by Mr. Robert Pierce, who is the son of Tommy Pierce, and he'll be doing the presentation for the T.A. Tommy Pierce Trophy condition race for 3 years and older. No apprentice allowance. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome back. as the horses have made their way down to the start for this, the TA Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race. And the pre-race favorite here is number 6, Trini Aviator, in at 4 to 5, the mount of Enrico Prescott. And he comes off a win over 1,100 meters last start. And he also had a win 2 starts back under Enrico Prescott over this similar trip. And he is presently your 4 to 5 favorite. 8 to 5 second favorite is Miss Consistency. Number 1, Celestial Storm. And Delano Lopez retains the ride, and he has ridden her for the last 4 or 5 outings. She has been second on 4 of those occasions, finishing 4th once. And she is a model of consistency. She has had 11 wins from 33 starts, and she stands out as my choice here this afternoon. X in the betting will be number 8, and this is Terrain in at 3 to 1, a very striking dark brown colt. And he's partnered by Ricky Walcott this afternoon with 123 pounds for trainer Richard Dean. And he was a very impressive winner last time out over a similar trip. On that occasion was chased home by Celestial Storm. In at 9 to 2 is horse number 7, Gandalf. He also comes in here with 2 wins in his last 2 starts, one at 1,800 meters and one at 1,100 meters. So he is showing his versatility. He comes in right between those 2 and has Af Reward aboard. Then we get some longer shots in here, and we'll start with number 4, Stealing, who is in at 15 to 1. Slade Jones gets the ride, and she's also a consistent type. Was second last time out over 1,100 meters. And her last time at this distance was over 1,570 meters. On that occasion, she chased home Trini Aviator and Terrain. And she is nicely weighted at 118 pounds. And the longest shot on the board is horse number 3, Stockyard. Deshaun Hazel rides for trainer Robbie Pierce. And this one is in at 24 to 1. And his form since coming to Barbados has been less than stellar. Finishing 4th on one occasion behind Queen of Pitons. Then a couple of 5th place finishes. And last time out it was over 1,570 meters where he finished 6th behind Shane Doan, Warren Eagle, and 17 million US. So that's the feel as the loading process is well underway. We see Gandalf and Terrain now going behind. And they're still outside along with the Trini Aviator. Overall, a very competitive race. Wouldn't be surprised to see a speed duel on the front end with Gandalf and Terrain, and then we'll see if anyone can take advantage of that, or will they just grind themselves, run the others into the ground. And no real change in the betting. The loading process underway. We've still got 3 of them outside. Celestial Storm is loaded. Also loaded is Stockyard. And it looks like they're trying with Stealing. No, she's in.
Trini Aviator is the one that's giving them a bit of trouble.
So no, they're trying with Trini Aviator. So just 2 to load. And Neil, it's your call.
Thank you very much, Dean. Trini Aviator is just holding up proceedings a bit. Gandalf is also there. And Terrain will be the last to be loaded. Standing quietly. Celestial Storm. Stockyard. So they've also standing quietly Stealing. Trini Aviator. And Terrain will be the last to be loaded. So up. Trying with him now. Starter raises his flag. And he sends them racing for the 5th race on the program. And quickly into stride is Terrain, who's got a shot out of a gun, has taken the lead. And it is Terrain in front from Gandalf. In 3rd position is Trini Aviator. Along the rails, we find Celestial Storm, then comes Stealing, and Stockyard is the back marker as they race into the paddock bend. And it is Terrain with Ricky Walcott up front. Very easy indeed. As they pass the 5.5 furlong marker, Gandalf watches him very carefully in 2nd, stalking them, taking them out now in 3rd position. That is Trini Aviator. Along the rails, we find Celestial Storm. Stealing is the next one through, and Stockyard is the back marker as they race to the 4. And it is still in front, Terrain. Gandalf is hounding him every step of the way. In 3rd position is Trini Aviator. Getting a bit closer is Celestial Storm. Stealing is also getting the hurry up, and Stockyard is the next one through with just about 350 meters to go, and it is still Terrain. Gandalf is chasing in. In 3rd position is Trini Aviator. Celestial Storm is now getting into gear, so too is Stealing, and you can almost discard Stockyard as they come within the final furlong. As it is Terrain in front. On the outside is Gandalf. Trini Aviator is getting a bit closer, but it's Terrain in front. Gandalf is trying. Here comes Trini Aviator, but Terrain would have just done enough. Terrain wins it. In 2nd position is Trini Aviator. 3rd, Gandalf. 4th, Stealing. 5th, Celestial Storm. And Stockyard in 134 and 3. In a moment, we'll have the unofficial placings for you.
She was.
$134 and 3/5. A very, very good time for the winner. 134 and 3/5 for the 15th edition of the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race for 3-year-olds and older. Now post on the board the unofficial result 86701, 86701. The winner, horse number 8, Terrain, pillar to post. 2nd, horse number 6, Trini Aviator. 3rd, horse number 7, Gandalf. And 4th, horse number 1, Celestial Storm. 68701 as we await the winner to come back. As we see the winner just about to be collected. And this is horse number 8, Terrain. Always a magnificent looker. Well conditioned by trainer Richard Dean, just being collected by Daniel Reisman and David Murray. And many congratulations to the connections who are leading in. Horse number 8, Terrain, confidently ridden to victory by Ricky Walcott. And this gives them back-to-back wins from the front end in grand fashion. And even with the penny stamp on the hindquarters, he showed that he has what it takes to take on the top class horses, and he answered every poll, making them a winner one today. As I said, horse number 8, Terrain, well turned out. The 4-year-old Bear Colt by Violence out of Arcus Queen, owned by Daniel and Martin Reisman, trained by Richard Dean, and ridden to victory by Ricky Walcott, took along 123 pounds. Second was horse number 6, Trini Aviator, who at one point enjoyed favoritism. And Trini Aviator is a 6-year-old chestnut horse by Rockhampton out of T-Lady, owned by Dwight Hunt and Terry Innes, trained by Rema Perkins Lovell. And Enrico Presco was aboard at 123 pounds for that second place. Third was horse number 7, Gandalf, a 6-year-old chestnut horse by Rocco Maduro out of Poetic Justice, owned by Bills Inc., trained by Victor Cheeseman. And ridden by Alfred Ward, took 123 pounds. And fourth was horse number 1, Celestial Storm. And she's a 7-year-old grey mare by Get Stormy out of Raging Storm, owned by Roger Parvatino, who is also the trainer. And Delana Lopez was aboard, took along 128 pounds. Unofficial on the board, 8, 6, 7, and 1. And a final time of 1:34 3/5. Time fractions, 25 flat. Slow down, 49 flat, 113, cruising time for 6 furlongs, and then cruise across the line in good fashion. Terrain, 134 and 3/5 of a second. Still to come is that nostalgic moment, and of course, up next, the Untitled Handicap, which is for 3-year-olds going a distance of 1,100 meters. And they're going to be competing for a purse of some $18,500. And we have a post-time schedule of 3:50 in the afternoon. Stay tuned for common attractions. And of course, we're going to have the presentation of the trophy when the race is made official. It is still to be made official. And we look forward to the remainder of the afternoon. We've still to have the main course, so we've just had the appetizers out of the way, and the main course is to come, the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, over 2,000 meters, or 10 furlongs for the best Barbados and Western Union by 3-year-olds in Barbados. And they'll be looking to stop the People's Champ, who in turn is looking to become the 7th Triple Crown winner in the history of horse racing in Barbados. So it's a historic day on this, the 13th and final day of the Barbados Turf Club's second racing season. In earnest, the new season, the third and final season for 2021, will begin on the 13th of November, and that race day for entries will close this coming Wednesday, the 3rd of November, at the Barbados Turf Club offices at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. closure for entries this coming Wednesday, the 3rd of November, for the first day of the Barbados Turf Club's third racing season, which begins in earnest on Saturday, November the 13th.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. As we get the replay of race
and
number
we see
5.
the good news from the stewards that race number 5, the 15th edition of the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race, is now official. Race number 5 is official, The winner, horse number 8, Terrain. Second horse number 6, Trini Aviator. Third horse number 7, Gandalf. And fourth horse number 1, Celestial Storm. And we will have the presentation to the connections of Terrain. And the presentation to be made by Robert Pierce, the son of Tommy Pierce. And that presentation will come a-calling. Well, actually, Robert has delegated responsibilities to his wife. So Rosette Pierce will be doing the presentation. So we're going to have the presentation now? Yes. So the connections of horse number 8 to receive the trophy for winning the 15th edition of the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Condition Race. The presentation is said to be made by Mrs. Pierce. And she'll be making the presentation to Daniel Reisman. And a resplendent trophy. Commemorating the 15th edition of the T.A. Tommy Pierce Memorial Trophy Handicap. You see Tommy there on the top board. And with a smile as usual. And I'm sure that the connections are very, very pleased with what Terrain has done. He too has done a wonderful job in getting home by 8 length and 8 quarter. Congratulations. So thank you, Mrs. Pierce. Thank you, Mr. Reisman. And what a wonderful race we just saw completed. At this point in time, we're going to do a little birthday celebrations and say good afternoon to comrade Bertie Corbin, who I'm sure is very much following us via the stream and listening very attentively. Also say good afternoon to Mr. Philip Mosley, Ital. Quite a few gentlemen who follow us can't be here because of the COVID restrictions. And of course, they are here by watching on the stream, listening to the coverage. So I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the following people for today's production. Wesley Bradshaw, Mervyn Rollins, my very good friend Charlie Heath. I choose some very strange hours to call him, but he doesn't hesitate to respond. And I'm very grateful that even at his ripe old age, he continues to support horse racing in every area that he could, and is always ready to pass on information. So too is Philip Mosley, and you can always call on them anytime for any assistance, anything relative to horse racing of yesteryear, which is what I've been doing for the last week and a half. Also want to say a good afternoon to my good friend Sergio, all the way down in St. Lucia. He's following the stream, and he'd be very disappointed to know that he'd given me his pick as Dream Society to take today classic. The bad news I have for you, my good friend, is that Dream Society was a late scratch this morning, and as a result, does not go in today's feature event. But for those of you who are following the stream, especially those of you over far and away, the racing going on at Woodbine today should be a crowning day for Rico Walcott to add another title to his already long resume of titles, joining Chris Husbands, who last Tuesday snapped up the riding title over at Fort Erie. And Century Mile will close off tonight. Of course, today, champion jockey Jelon Samuels is booked for 3 state rides out of 5 at Belmont, and that in itself is a tremendous achievement, win, lose, or draw. So obviously they're taking note of the destruction that he's causing up in Elmont, New York, and we wish him all the best. Of course, over at Woodbine, Teston Holder had a double yesterday out of 11 victories by Barbadians yesterday alone. 11. Safi Joseph Jr. continuing his onslaught in the USA. He bagged a beaver trick yesterday. 3 at Gulfstream, 1 at Keeneland. Then there's Teston Holder with 2 at Woodbine. Kevin Nichols was also a winner's enclosure, as well as Simon Husbands and Nathan Squires, the trainer, a son of Gwyneth Squires. So the Bajan flag is flying high as we roll towards Republic. Sir Michael Stout.
Up. Trying with him now. Starter raises his flag. And he sends them racing for the 5th race on the program. And quickly into stride is Terrain, who's got a shot out of a gun, has taken the lead. And it is Terrain in front from Gandalf. In 3rd position is Trini Aviator. Along the rails, we find Celestial Storm, then comes Stealing, and Stockyard is the back marker as they race into the paddock bend. And it is Terrain with Ricky Walker up front. Very easy indeed. As they pass the 5.5 furlong marker, Gandalf watches him very carefully in 2nd, stalking them, taking them out now in 3rd position. That is Trini Aviator. Along the rails, we find Celestial Storm. Stealing is the next one through, and Stockyard is the back marker as they race to the 4. And it is still in front, Terrain. Gandalf is hounding him every step of the way. In 3rd position is Trini Aviator. Getting a bit closer is Celestial Storm. Stealing is also getting the hurry up, and Stockyard is the next one through, with just about 350 meters to go, and it is still Terrain. Gandalf is chasing in. In 3rd position is Trini Aviator. Celestial Storm is now getting into gear, so too is Stealing, and you can almost discard Stockyard as they come within the final furlong. As it is Terrain in front. On the outside is Gandalf. Trini Aviator is getting a bit closer, but it is Terrain in front. Gandalf is trying. Here comes Trini Aviator, but Terrain would have just done enough. Terrain wins it. In 2nd position is Trini Aviator. 3rd, Gandalf. 4th, Stealing. 5th, Celestial Storm. And Stockyard in 1:34 and 3. In a moment, we'll have the unofficial placings for you.
To come, the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby. and a chance at more history at the historic Garrison Savannah. Will the People's Champ become the 7th horse to add his name to an elite list? That answer will come a calling anywhere between 425 and 429. So this is the race before that race. And of course, this is the race before we offer you our today's special, which is something nostalgic. Coming down to 14 minutes as we run down the clock for the afternoon's 6th race. It's about 12 minutes to post time, where we're looking forward to the afternoon's 6th race as we move on to the Incitatus Handicap. And you can see in your picture Incitatus in his Derby uniform in the colors of Blair Down with trainer Charlie Jones. Some history on this fella. Incitatus is the only Triple Crown winner and Derby winner to go on to win the Sandy Lane Gold Cup back in 1997. Bred and trained by Mr. Chandler Jones for owner Blair Down, he went on a winning streak of 9 consecutive victories. The chestnut horse by Nosferatu out of Ballage amassed $365,015 with 13 wins from 21 starts. He went on to create history by becoming the first and only Barbadian-bred horse to win in Canada. He captured the King Edward's Breeders' Cup and the Cognac Cup, both Grade 2 events run at Woodbine Racetrack in Toronto. And that is some of the feat of his Grand Creole, best horse to have left Barbados and gone abroad, Incitatus, who won the Triple Crown and one of 6 Triple Crown winners being honored on today's card. In the Untitled Handicap, which goes a distance of 1,100 meters, it features 3-year-olds competing for a purse of $18,500. This race offers parry, forecast, trifecta, and superfecta. It's the first leg of the pick tree, so you are asked to wager on the pick tree. Wagering begins for this event, races 6, 7, and 8. It's also the second leg of the pick 4, which means you would have played race 5 through 8. And it's the fourth leg of the Soca 6, which would have begun from race number 3. Number 1 is Cecilia, visor and tongue-tied equipment. Raheem Top is aboard at 109. We'll get the adjusted weight for you shortly. And this filly is fitted with a visor and a tongue-tie for Philwood Farms. And Philip Bob Baffert Webster will give all the instructions to his rider in young Raheem Top as St. Celia makes her way out onto the track. Let's pick up horse number 2. And this is Red Heat. In the colors of Mrs. Harriet Brathwaite, trained by Robert Pierce. Eric Daniels aboard, taking along 125 pounds. And Red Heat is fitted with a tongue tie as usual. No Boss No is horse number 3, just about to exit the parade ring. She has in the irons Rashid Hughes at 119 pounds with cheek pieces. And for this assignment, the Sir David Seal, she's racing in Lady Seal colors, and I think this is the correct colors, yes. The book has it registered wrong, but it's actually Lady Seal colors, and Lady Seal is the owner of horse number 3, No Boss No. Rashid Hughes on board for Andrew Nunez as the trainer at 119 pounds with cheek pieces. Horse number 1, Cecilia, is carrying 112 pounds. Over the page, let's pick up horse number 4, Barbie Doll. And she is to be ridden by Kemar Kelly at 111 pounds. And that's what they'll go post with, 111 pounds. This one is owned by George De Vere Davis and trained by Kenny John. Horse number 4, Barbie Doll. Number 6 is Miriam, owned by Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Lester Edwards at 110 minus 5 plus 4, 109 pounds on number 6, Miriam. High Velocity, horse number 7, just turn right in front of you, ridden by Rhea Williams, 121 pounds, and High Velocity is fitted with cheek pieces for owner John P. Drake, Gloria Drake, Lowell Rollins, and the other name is missing. I beg your indulgence. And Andrew Nunez is your trainer of High Velocity at 121 pounds with Ray Williams up. Double the page, horse number 8, Criterion, from the same barn as No Boss No. And he races in the correct colors, that of Sir David Seal. Andrew Nunez is your trainer. And Anderson Trotman will ride here at 114 pounds, as he's done maybe all of his career. And Criterion wears a left eye cover on horse number 8, Criterion. Number 9, Fallujah, owned by Anderson Clark, trained by Richard Dean, and Trini Bishop is aboard 123 pounds. Number 10, Bridge the Gap, Blinkers the Equipment, the property of Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Deshaun Hazelwood will claim 7, he puts back up 5, and goes to post at 114 pounds on this TNT bred bay colt. So there you have it, the field for the afternoon's penultimate race before the feature race. This is race 6. The feature is to come next. And as I said, this race offers party forecast, trifecta, superfecta. It's the first leg of the pick 3, the second leg of the pick 4, and the fourth leg of the Soca 6. In here, my win is going to come from horse number 3, No Boss No. So I'm sticking with the winners to get a repeat here, despite the fact that many believe that Criterion is the better tool. Criterion has campaigned with much tougher, especially having been stretched out over 1,570 meters and then 1,800 meters. Now drops back in to 1,100 meters, which is the trip that he's won at. But I'm taking No Boss No, who delivered her maiden effort last time in start number 7. She was impressive enough at 3 to 5. And despite the jockey Rashid Hughes stays on board now, he's winless for the day, which is not a good sign, but you can say usually you give the others and take the big one, and mostly the big boys, the big jocks do that. And he'll be looking just to warm up for that race with a victory here aboard No Boss No, and gets my back in here as my winner. On my second line, I'm going to stick my neck out for horse number 8. Sorry, horse number 9, Fallujah. And a disappointed last effort when going 1,570 meters on the 4th of September, finishing 6th on that occasion. Drops back to 1,100 meters, which I think he has done way better at. And once all is well with him, I expect him to give it a good account on himself with Antonio Bishop up. Falls on my second line. Criterion falls on my third line. And many believe this one is the one they'll all have to beat. Shows on the board as your 6-5 favorite, but falls on my third line under Anderson Trotman. 114 pounds. I don't think you can have a better chance than this. As a matter of fact, looking at the weight dished out to him before, 121, 21, 23, 22, 23, 21, 23, 22, and now down to 14. So at 14, he should definitely have this field at his mercy. Falls on my third line nonetheless. To complete my 4, I'm going to stick my neck out for High Velocity, who since her maiden victory has been disappointing, and with a 6th and 9th place effort, and having not raced since the 28th of August, I suspect that all should be well known. Would prefer some cut, doesn't get that, but this field is not a stellar field by any stretch of the imagination, so this one is going to fall on my 4th line. So I'm going 3, 9, 8, and 7 in the Incitatus handicap. Stay tuned for our afternoon special, which comes a calling following the running of this event. Just about 3 minutes to post time.
Well, the horses are at the post for race number 6, the Incitatus Handicap. And we'll start with the favorite here, which is in at 8-5. And this is horse number 8, Criterion. The mount of Anderson Trotman, trained by Andrew Nunez, takes along 114 pounds. And his best runs are a couple third place finishes of late. That's his last decent runs. We're finishing third over a similar trip. Since then, has disappointed on a number of occasions, but the betting public thinks this afternoon he'll make amends. Then we get in some other horses in the betting. 5-2 for horse number 2, Red Heat. This is an American bred filly. The mount of Eric Daniel, trained by Robbie Pierce. And at 7-2 is horse number 3, No Boss No. And at 7-2, No Boss No with Rashid Hughes. 4-1 you get for number 7, High Velocity. It's only had 3 starts. Won her first start and then had 2 somewhat disappointing runs after that. Of the others, everyone is in pretty long odds to get a 6-1 and a 10-1 for horse number 9, Fallujah. I think that's a generous bet. Having a third and a second, this 3-year-old brown colt by John Brand has Antonio Bishop up, and I think that's a generous offer in at 10-1. You get 19-1 for number 6, and this is Miriam. You'll get 24-1 for number 4, Barbie Doll. 44-1 for number 1, St. Cecilia. So we'll start from the top. St. Cecilia, 44-1. Red Heat, number 2, in at 5-2. 7-2 for horse number 3, No Boss No. Number 4, Barbie Dog, was off at 24-1. 20-1 for horse number 6, Miriam. High Velocity, number 7, is in at 7-2. 9-5 favorite is horse number 8, Criterion. Fallujah is in at 10-1. And Bridge the Gap, horse number 10, is in at 6-1. Well, someone must know something we don't know. Because this one, if he wins, would have turned around hugely. Granted, this may be considered a bit lesser company, as you see someone has flipped out the gate.
Yeah, that looks like
Jock is on the ground.
Horse is actually on the ground, and
And the thing, the horse is actually trapped himself under the starting gate. Can't tell who it is. 7 is backed out. 3 is backed out.
Maybe no, Bridge the Gap is out already. It could be Criterion.
Yeah, it looks like Criterion because I can see Sir David Seal colors. The rider is on the ground.
Yes, Anderson Trotman is on the ground.
So that's Anderson Trotman, who's actually sitting on the ground, and that's your pre-race favorite, flipped. And the 10 people are actually going to Trotty. The other riders have all jumped off and gone to him. And of course,
yeah, I think Trotty hit his back on.
Trotty is the senior rider here, and has all the love and respect of everyone in the jocks room. And I think anyone who's a racing fan has a lot of respect for this man, and quite a affable young man. And he's still Criterion. They're still trying to get Criterion out of the starting gates. He's obviously wedged himself properly under the gates. Trotman is still, I see. Not sure if Trotman is actually stood up. You can't really see from
he's
here.
He's still on the ground.
He's sitting on the ground. Yeah, I could just barely see him through from the angle here.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what has happened is I think he hit his back. He hit his back when the horse flipped. So the medical attendants, they are going.
Yeah, well, I see they're going over there, and they're still trying to get Criterion out.
Oh, he's out now.
They've got him out.
More than likely, he'll be scratched.
Yeah, well, he doesn't look too hurt, but we're really concerned about Anderson Trotman.
Yeah.
Tom, like I said, is loved by all here, and he is on the ground. And you see the medical team have gone to him with a stretcher.
Okay, he's moving, so that's a good sign.
This is always scary, yes.
Yeah, so Criterion has been withdrawn.
Yeah, so Criterion will be withdrawn. See my colleague, Dr. Laura Williams, having a look at him. All the other riders still looking at Anderson Trotman.
As you say, it's a family there in the jockey house.
Yeah, it really is.
So
people
they're all looking out for each other.
Yeah, it's one of these sports where even though we compete against each other, they still look out for each other. It's a real brotherhood or brother and sisterhood, I should say, because there are a number of female riders around the world. But they've got him on a stretcher, it looks like.
Yeah,
so no doubt we're going to have quite a bit of the delay here.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's on the stretcher. So they're going to take
loading him onto the stretcher, and we'll just hope that Tom is not seriously injured or injured at all. And this is when I always tell people, when I hear people talk about jockeys in a negative way about oh, this person is a coward, that guy is scared. I always say there's no one that climbs aboard a racehorse that is a coward.
Facts.
And the starting stalls can be so dangerous. You've got 1,000 pounds of horse confined in a narrow space, wound up ready to race, to go, and
believe it, those horses are wound up. They're really, really charged to race.
Yeah.
And
it's not a natural environment for a horse by any means to be confined like that. It's actually quite amazing how well most of them take to it. But that is also because of schooling and hours of training and working with them. But obviously, there are always going to be the odd ones that, for some reason, on any given day, may act up. You're dealing with a living, breathing machine, and these things, unfortunately, do happen. I tell you, all the jockeys have dismounted, obviously. Criterion has been taken away. You see Rosette Pierce, the CEO of the Turf Club, has gone down there as well. And she's having a conversation with Mark Batson, who's the starter, but they hadn't come under starters' orders. They were still loading horses. Trini Aviator is also going on there, and of course he and Trotty have a long history together.
I think he's just trying to find out what happened there.
Yeah, and I guess the stewards will call the relevant parties up and discuss what happened. Unfortunately, also Criterion got stuck underneath the gates, which is
it's not a good sign for sure.
Definitely not a good position to be in. But if you take a look now at the ambulance, we really can't see much from our angle, except that they have not rushed off with him as yet.
As you said, just praying that he's full. As I say, I always believe in prayer, and I just pray that he's full recovery.
So let's hope it's just nothing more but a little bruising, because I'm pretty sure there will be at least some bruising. But he's one thing for sure, he's a veteran rider. He's been through nearly all of the ups and downs. No,
I think those are the jocks are making their way back in.
So they're making their way away from the starting gates. The horses are still walking around the racetrack. I guess we'll have to wait and see if the ambulance has to leave or not. That's the usually the deciding factor if you have an extended delay, because
it looks that way because the horses are going back in.
But if the horses are heading back in and the ambulance has to leave, then of course the races would be suspended until the ambulance returns. And it looks like the horses are heading in and the jocks are heading back towards the jocks room. Horses are being unsaddled, or at least girths and singles loose. So I guess that's all we have for you here at the Garrison right now. We will try to give you an update on the condition of Anderson Trotman when we return, and hopefully that will be sooner rather than later.
session. This call is for trainers who had horses scheduled to run in the afternoon 6 race. You're asked to report to the silent enclosure. Trainers of horses scheduled to run in the in-status handicap, you are asked to urgently report to the silent enclosure since permission has been given for the horses to be on saddle. Thank you. And while we wait for races to recommence, I'm going to beg your indulgence. As promised throughout the afternoon, all day long, I promised that we will go into a nostalgic moment back in time in the history of horse racing here at the Garrison Savannah, where people's champ with the opportunity to join an elite list of 6 and become the 7th Triple Crown winner should he successfully win the Barbados 82nd running of the Derby over 2,000 meters. That moment is still very much upon us. In the interim, as promised, we're going to fast forward to this nostalgic moment. So I ask you all if you could just turn towards the big screen or a monitor close to you, and you can see what this nostalgic moment is all about. On the monitor is Paddy Bird, and Paddy Bird would have won the 1986 Barbados Derby. That is our nostalgic moment, and this is the winner being led in there by
on the inside, then golden opportunity, last one at the moment with a mile to run, is star performer. And the pace begins to pick up a little bit. They come down the chute for the first time, and it is Paddy Bird on the inside at a good steady gallop from Decade and Genjimax. Then on the inside comes the favorite High Girl, then comes Fun Galore. Then behind them comes Golden Opportunity, Tibbs Boy, Diagram, Star Performer, Tibbs Boy, and Tyra. Around the top turn, Paddy Bird is the leader. Comfortably along, track now by High Girl. Fun Galore goes up nicely on the inside. Then on the outside comes Genjimax. Decade as well there. Then about 4 lengths back to Golden Opportunity, Diagram. The last one of all at the moment is T-Gift. 4.5 furlongs to go, and it is still Paddy Bird, not at a great gallop, from High Girl. Then on the inside comes Fun Galore, then about 2 or 3 lengths back to Decade, beginning to pick up a little bit on the leaders. Now Golden Opportunity making some ground as well as they meet the rising ground. And it is still Paddy Bird from High Girl, Fun Galore and Decade, and these are beginning to stretch away from the others, now about 6 or 8 lengths clear of Golden Opportunity, and it looks as if it's going to lie between these 4. As they come back to the 2 furlong marker, Paddy Bird begins to go on. Here comes Decade. High Girl not going particularly grandly at this time. Fun Galore comes under pressure as they reach the 2 furlong marker. Paddy Bird is going extremely well indeed, stretching out as they come for home. High Girl is still second. Decade is in trouble, so too Fun Galore. But as they turn for home, it looks like Paddy Bird. Here comes Decade with a run, but Paddy Bird has about a 3-length lead on them as they turn for home. High Girl is not getting into top gear the way she normally does. Then Decade on the outside with a grand run. They're coming inside the final furlong, and it looks like Paddy Bird and Mr. Philip Bosley. Paddy Bird and Decade. Paddy Bird, High Girl, Decade. That's how they come home. Fun Galore is the 4th horse. Tibbs Boy finishing from a long way behind is 5th. Then comes Golden Opportunity, Diagram.
thoughts and praise as we remember him and his sterling contributions to the horse racing landscape. Cheers to another cheers to another history maker. Hashtag first Gold Cup winner and Derby winner. Here's that 1986 Derby flashback.
Paddy Bird is thought is the early leader. It is Paddy Bird from Decade. High Girl is right there. Then Tyra behind them, pulling hard comes Fun Galore. Then Tibbs Boy on the inside. Then Golden Opportunity, last one at the moment with a mile to run, is Star Performer. And the pace begins to pick up a little bit. They come down the chute for the first time. And it is Paddy Bird on the inside at a good steady gallop from Decade and Ginger Max. Then on the inside comes the favorite High Girl. Then comes Fun Galore. Then behind them comes Golden Opportunity, Tibbs Boy, Diagram, Star Performer, Tibbs Boy and Tyra. Around the top turn, Paddy Bird is the leader. Comfortably along, track now by High Girl. Fun Galore goes up nicely on the inside. Then on the outside comes Ginger Max. Decade is well there. Then about 4 lengths back to Golden Opportunity, Diagram. And the last one of all at the moment is T-Gift. 4.5 furlongs to go, and it is still Paddy Bird, not at a great gallop, from High Girl. Then on the inside comes Fun Galore, then about 2 or 3 lengths back to Decade, beginning to pick up a little bit on the leaders. Now Golden Opportunity making some ground as well as they meet the rising ground. And it is still Paddy Bird from High Girl, Fun Galore and Decade, and these are beginning to stretch away from the others. Now about 6 or 8 lengths clear of Golden Opportunity, and it looks as if it's going to lie between these 4. As they come back to the 2 furlong marker, Paddy Bird begins to go on. Here comes Decade. High Girl not going particularly grandly at this time. Fun Galore comes under pressure as they reach the 2 furlong marker. Paddy Bird is going extremely well indeed, stretching out as they come for home. High Girl is still second. Decade is in trouble, so too Fun Galore. But as they turn for home, it looks like Paddy Bird. Here comes Decade with a run, but Paddy Bird has about a 3-length lead on them as they turn for home. High Girl is not getting into top gear the way she normally does. Then Decade on the outside with a grand run. They're coming inside the final furlong, and it looks like Paddy Bird and Mr. Philip Mosley. Paddy Bird and Decade. Paddy Bird, High Girl, Decade. That's how they come home. Fun Galore is the 4th horse. Tibbs Boy finishing from a long way behind is 5th. Then comes Golden Opportunity, Diagram, Star Performer, Tyra, Ginger Max and T-Gift. Congratulations to Charlie Jones, Ricky Griffith and Philip Mosley, the winner of the Barbados United Derby 1986, horse number 7, Paddy Bird. And congratulations to everybody concerned, particularly Charlie Jones. He's weathered a little bit of criticism this last couple of weeks for his preparation of this filly, but he has been 100% right. The presentation of the Barbados United Derby for 1986 will now take place in the Governor General's box. It'll be presented by Sir Alan Davis, the Lord Mayor of London, who will present it on behalf, of course, of the United Insurance Company. Mr. Philip Mosley will receive it. Ladies and gentlemen, presentation of the 1986 Barbados United Derby on behalf of the United Insurance Group of Companies, Sir Alan Davis, the Lord Mayor of London. This is Diana Jones, who is our trophy. Any moment I'd like.
So as we await for race number 6 to go on, and we want to wish our brother Ricky Griffith all the best as he continues to shoulders on. I want to offer thanks to Philip Mosley, who supplied that video, Sean Hall for the tremendous contribution in supplying information as well. Ricky Griffith, he obliged with his blessing to have awareness be made of the conditions, and just so that, you know, 1 minute we will be faced with joy, and next minute we will serve the hand that's dealt to us. And he continues to be very brave in his execution of his duty. He's not one to waver from a challenge, and he's doing wonderfully well in terms of fighting this illness. And we, as I said, keep him in our prayers and our thoughts, because he was the flag bearer. He paved the way for many, many Bajans to excel in Canada. And he had his first winner back in 1985 at Belmont Park. And he distinguished himself as a trainer, as an owner, and of course, as a jockey, not only here in Barbados, but in the USA. Okay, it is my understanding that that problem has been rectified with the running of the 1986 Barbados Derby. So we're going to give you that race again, and this time you will have the commentary of that, and then we're going to show you another historic moment, the running of the 2020 Barbados Derby. So we're going to start with the 1986 Derby, won by Mr. Philip Mosley's Paddy Bird, for trainer Charlie Jones and jockey Ricky Griffith. Here we go.
They're on their way. A little slowly away with star performer. Paddy Bird is thought as the early leader. It is Paddy Bird from Decade. High Girl is right there. Then Tyra behind them, pulling hard comes Fun Galore. Then Tibbs Boy on the inside. Then Golden Opportunity, last one at the moment with a mile to run, is star performer. And the pace begins to pick up a little bit. They come down the chute for the first time. And it is Paddy Bird on the inside at a good steady gallop from Decade and Ginger Max. Then on the inside comes the favorite High Girl. Then comes Fun Galore. Then behind them comes Golden Opportunity, Tibbs Boy, Diagram, Star Performer, Tibbs Boy and Tyra. Around the top turn, Paddy Bird is the leader. Comfortably along, track now by High Girl. Fun Galore goes up nicely on the inside. Then on the outside comes Ginger Max. Decade as well there. Then about 4 lengths back to Golden Opportunity, Diagram. The last one of all at the moment is T-Gift. 4.5 furlongs to go, and it is still Paddy Bird, not at a great gallop, from High Girl. Then on the inside comes Fun Galore. Then about 2 or 3 lengths back to Decade, beginning to pick up a little bit on the leaders. Now Golden Opportunity making some ground as well as they meet the rising ground. And it is still Paddy Bird from High Girl, Fun Galore and Decade, and these are beginning to stretch away from the others. Now about 6 or 8 lengths clear of Golden Opportunity, and it looks as if it's going to lie between these 4. As they come back to the 2 furlong marker, Paddy Bird begins to go on. Here comes Decade. High Girl not going particularly grandly at this time. Fun Galore comes under pressure as they reach the 2 furlong marker. Paddy Bird is going extremely well indeed, stretching out as they come for home. High Girl is still second. Decade is in trouble, so too Fun Galore. But as they turn for home, it looks like Paddy Bird. Here comes Decade with a run, but Paddy Bird has about a 3-length lead on them as they turn for home. High Girl is not getting into top gear the way she normally does. Then Decade on the outside with a grand run. They're coming inside the final furlong, and it looks like Paddy Bird and Mr. Philip Mosley. Paddy Bird and Decade. Paddy Bird, High Girl, Decade. That's how they come home. Fun Galore is the 4th horse. Tibbs Boy finishing from a long way behind is 5th. Then comes Golden Opportunity, Diagram, Star Performer, Tyra, Ginger Max and T-Gift. Congratulations to Charlie Jones, Ricky Griffith and Philip Mosley, the winner of the Barbados United Derby 1986, horse number 7, Paddy Bird. And congratulations to everybody concerned, particularly Charlie Jones. He's weathered a little bit of criticism this last couple of weeks for his preparation of this filly, but he has been 100% right. The presentation of the Barbados United Derby for 1986 will now take place in the Governor General's box. It'll be presented by Sir Alan Davis, the Lord.
Became the first jockey to win the Gold Cup and the Derby, having won Barbados' first Gold Cup in 1984 with Thinker's Image. In 2020, it was all about lights. And for the first time, racing was run on the lights at the historic Garrison Savannah. And And in December 26, Boxing Day to be exact, history was created when the Barbados Derby, the 81st Barbados Derby, was run on the lights. Here's a replay of that race won by War Eagle.
And then Japan Gap is there being a loyal ATM, just collecting money.
Collecting money, yeah. Number 6, conflict of interest, is it?
They're off and racing in the 2020 Barbados Derby, and Undisputed broke well, but there goes conflict of interest, and conflict of interest goes on to lead from Ruth. In third is Ollivander. He's finding it tough to settle. Undisputed, who was leading in the first race, is now back into fourth. Deja Vu and War Eagle, these nemesis race in tandem. They're fifth and sixth with a mile left to travel. They're 3 clear of Social Circle. The two maidens, Temple Dancer and Ladybird, race together about 15 lengths off of conflict of interest. Oprah and St. David's is the trailer as they swing into the stretch for the first time. It's conflict of interest was it dictating the Derby up the lane. Ruth is 4 lengths back in second. Then comes Ollivander, who's third. The field is really strong because Undisputed is fourth, but is 8 lengths off of the lead. Deja Vu gets a nice trip on the inside fifth. Then comes War Eagle, the 2 to 5 favorites next. Ladybird gets closer. She's still to the inside of Temple Dancer, who's a half-brother to last year's winner Nzinga, past the 5.5. Social Circle is next. Then Oprah and St. David is still at the back of the field, 15 lengths last as they get up the back stretch. And conflict of interest is trying to slip them. He's now gone 6 clear of Ruth. Ollivander. War Eagle now goes inside of Undisputed past the half-mile pole. Ladybird passes Deja Vu, who's going backwards. Then there's Temple Dancer and Oprah at the back of the field. They get over the top of the hill. And conflict of interest is not stopping. Conflict of interest still has 6 clear of Ruth. Ollivander's next. Then there's on the outside Undisputed. War Eagle's in trouble. He's 9 lengths behind as they run with a quarter mile left to go, and it's still conflict of interest, who's taken them every step of the way so far. It's conflict of interest, and there's no turning back for him. Under the mile marker they come. Ollivander runs into second. Then Ruth. War Eagle's coming with his run, but could it be too late as they swing to the judge in the Derby? And it is conflict of interest and Afri Ward, who are looking to completely steal the first Derby underneath the lights. War Eagles let loose. Ollivander on the outside is Undisputed. Can conflict of interest hold on? His conflict of interest deft it for the War, but he's still in front. Here's War Eagle late. The Eagle has flown, and War Eagle has won. The Midsummer winner is a Derby winner too. Conflict of interest ran superb to hold second. Deja Vu was third, then came Undisputed, and that's the way they went by in the Derby. War Eagle, what an animal.
Well, as we wait for the ambulance to return, we will continue to entertain you, and we will show you now the replays for today's races, one by one, as we hope that all is well and there's nothing seriously wrong with jockey Anderson Tom Trotman. So we will be showing you the replays of today's first 5 races momentarily. Stay tuned. Is a replay of the opener, the Zouk Handicap.
starter, which is Virginia Park. They're around the far turn after an opening quarter of 25-3. They've got 3 to run. And the leader is Tamar, being hounded by Francine. Down the inside, Mika. Magic Millions waiting to pounce. And 4 lengths back to Virginia Park. Inside the quarter pole they come. And Tamar is clinging to the lead in front by 3/4 of the length. On the outside, here's Magic Millions swinging wide into the stretch. Mikael lets us see him on the inside, but Candy Quicken inside the final furlong they come. And it's Tamar under left-hand drive on the outside. Here is Magic Millions also getting left-handed encouraged. Tamar, Magic Millions running at him. Tamar, Magic Millions. Tamar just holds on and denies Magic Millions. Wins it by a neck on the inside. That was Mikael for third, Francine was fourth, and Virginia Park was the last one home. The winner stopped the clock in 107, and to in a moment, a recap for you. Here, General Marengo,
Rio Ponte. Starter raises his flag and he sends them racing for the second race on the program. And Charles Frederick was the first to go. On the in between horses is Marengo. In the 3 path is Ciroc. Rio Ponte is in fourth, and the back marker early is indeed Piton Sponge as they screen down the back stretch and past the 4 furlong marker. And up front it is on the outside now, that is Rio Ponte in front from Marengo. The stablemates are 1-2. In third position is Charles Frederick. Ciroc is in fourth, and Piton Sponge can see them all. That's the way they race as they race towards the 2 furlong marker, and it is Rio Ponte and Marengo in front by 3. Charles Frederick is in third. Here comes Ciroc with her run, and Piton Sponge is also the next one through as they come to the top of the lane, and it is Marengo and Rio Ponte. They have clashed from the get-go. Here comes Ciroc with a run. Piton Sponge is also closing, and down the stretch they come, and it is Marengo in front. Here comes Ciroc on the outside, but it's Marengo. Rio Ponte coming back on the inside, but it's Marengo who wins it from Rio Ponte. Then came Ciroc, Piton Sponge, and Charles Frederick in 105 and 4. In a moment, the unofficial placings for you.
I'm pretty sure trainer Jonathan Simpson knew what he was calling it that. And in goes Fillmore's. So you're waiting out for Nasty Critter. And Nasty Critter will join the lineup. They're locked away. Under starters' orders. Racing, and now everyone got off to a decent beginning. Ollivander's white hair noseband goes across to the outside to pick it up from Fantastic Francis into second with a mile to go. So it is Ollivander with the white silks in front. Then there's Fantastic Francis in the navy blue and sash towards the outside. Nelos, light blue silks. On the inside, Nasty Critter in the orange and green. Fillmore's blue with yellow jacket and stars is on the outside next. Then there is behind that one Gabriel in the pale colors, and Peruvian in the red is the back marker. The opening quarter was 26 flat as they round the far had it been ahead towards the 5 furlong marker. And Ollivander is just the leader from Nelos. Nasty Critter goes up on the inside. Splitting horses is Fantastic Francis. On the outside is Fillmore's. There's a break of a length and a half before we get to Gabriel. Peruvian sees them all. The half mile, 50 flat. They round the far turn. They head up the hill. They've just got about 3 furlongs to go. And it is Ollivander being pressed all the way by Nelos. On the outside, Fillmore's is next. Nasty Critter is on the inside of him. Then there's a long break to Gabriel, Peruvian, and Fantastic Francis has dropped away to accompany the ambulance. 6 and 1, 14 and 2 inside the quarter pole they charge. And it is Ollivander who continues to hang on tough. On the outside, here comes Phil Moore's knee loss between horses. Nasty Critter gets the split and comes storming through on the inside. It is on the inside, Ollivander, Nasty Critter, and Phil Moore's Nasty Critter, Phil Moore's Nasty Critter, Ollivander. And inside the final Campbell's yards, it's going to be very close between Phil Moore's and Ollivander. Nasty Critter and Gabriel rounds out the top four. The winner finished in 150, 2 and 3 in a month recap for you.
Starter raises his flag and he sends them racing for the fourth race on the program. And they got out a pretty decent beginning. From in the middle of the course early, we have Provence. Wide on the outside is Sativa. Between horses is Sebastian. Midnight Chick is along the rails. Then comes Scarface. Between horses then is Pray For Me. Then comes Sebastian. Shake Them Up Noble gets a good run. Then comes Lady Diva. Whispering Angel. Little But Lucky. And Riddick is their back marker. As they pass the 5.5 furlong marker, and up front, quite easy, is Midnight Chick. In front by a length. Along the rails, Deshaun Gaskin brings Scarface nicely into second. Provence is in third. Painting the plastic fourth is Pray For Me. Then comes between horses is Lady Diva. So too here comes Whispering Angel. On the outside of Whispering Angel is Riddick. Then comes Shake Them Up Noble, Sebastian, Sativa, and the back marker is Little But Lucky. As they race through the 3 furlong marker. And it is up front, Midnight Chick, hounded now by Scarface. They are 3 lengths away from, on the inside is Pray For Me. Then comes Provence. Lady Diva is getting a bit closer. Here comes Riddick with his run as they come within the mile marker. And it is Scarface who hits the front. Holding on resolutely on the inside. Here is Midnight Chick as they turn for home. And Scarface points. On the outside is Pray For Me. And down the stretch they come. And it is Scarface on the outside. Here comes Pray For Me. Or even on the outside is Riddick. It is Pray For Me. But on the inside here comes Scarface to win it. Scarface wins it from Pray For Me. Then came Riddick. Along the rails was Midnight Chick. Then came Provence. Oprah, Shake Them Up Noble, then Little But Lucky, Lady Diva, Sebastian, Whispering Angel, and Sativa in 137 and 2. In a moment, we have the unofficial placings for you. Up. Trying with him now. Starter raises his flag. And he sends them racing for the 5th race on the program. And quickly into stride is Terrain, who's got a shot out of a gun, has taken the lead. And it is Terrain in front from Gandalf. In third position is Trini Aviator. Along the rails, we find Celestial Storm, then comes Stealing, and Stockyard is the back marker as they race into the paddock bend. And it is Terrain with Ricky Walker up front. Very easy indeed. As they pass the 5.5 furlong marker, Gandalf watches him very carefully in second, taking them out now in third position. That is Trini Aviator. Along the rails, we find Celestial Storm. Stealing is the next one through, and Stockyard is the back marker as they race to the 4. And it is still in front, Terrain. Gandalf is hounding him every step of the way. In third position is Trini Aviator. Getting a bit closer is Celestial Storm. Stealing is also getting the hurry up, and Stockyard is the next one through. With just about 350 meters to go, and it is still Terrain. Gandalf is chasing in. In third position is Trini Aviator. Celestial Storm is now getting into gear, so too is Stealing, and you can almost discard Stockyard as they come within the final furlong as it is Terrain in front. On the outside is Gandalf. Trini Aviator is getting a bit closer, but it is Terrain in front. Gandalf is trying. Here comes Trini Aviator, but Terrain would have just done enough. Terrain wins it. In second position is Trini Aviator. Third, Gandalf. Fourth, Stealing. Fifth, Celestial Storm. And Stockyard in 134 and 3. In a moment, we'll have the unofficial.
So, just to bring you up to speed, the ambulance has just returned, and we shall be recommencing in a matter of minutes. So, do bear with us. In the interim, just to let you know, for bettors who have the scratch horse, number 9 in the third race, because of the scratch, and those of you who play the Soccer 6, races 3 through 8, the 9 will be replaced by the betting favorite. So you will get the betting favorite so that your bet remains alive. And very much the same thing applies for this race number 6. If you had picked horse number 8 Criterion in the Soccer 6, or the pick 4, you will receive the betting favorite in this race. Those of you who would have selected Criterion in race 6 or the pick 4, you will now receive the betting favorite in those sequences so that your bet remains very much alive. Still to come, the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby. Will People's Champ. Will People's Champ join an elite list of 6 horses to create history in Barbados by winning all 3 jewels of the Barbados Triple Crown, namely the Guineas at 1570 meters, the Midsummer Classic, 1800 meters, and today's Derby, which goes 2,000 meters. Remember, the first day of the third racing season starts on the 13th of November. Entries for that race day, which is entitled the Independence Race Day, will close on Wednesday, the 3rd of November at the office of the Barbados Turf Club at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Entries for the Independence Celebration Race Day, which runs off on the 13th of November, the first day of the Barbados Turf Club's third and final racing season for 2021, will close this coming Wednesday, the 3rd of November at 10 a.m. handicap over 1,100 meters. And remember, those of you who would have bet horse number 8, Criterion, who was a late scratch, will get the race favorite in your pick 6, your Soca 6 wager, and your pick 4 wager. So those of you who would have bet horse number 8, Criterion, you will be awarded the race favorite, who happens to be horse number 2, Red Heat, and that will keep your Soca 6 and your pick 4 wagering alive. So just to refresh your memory of the runners for this event, St. Celia is number 1 with Raheem Torp. As the horse is going to load up in the gates pretty quickly. Red Heat, your favorite, number 2. With Eric Daniel, No Boss No. With Rashid Hughes, number 3. Number 4 is Barbie Doll, Kemar Kelly. Number 6 is Miriam. Lester Edwards, number 7, High Velocity. Written by Rhea Williams. Number 9, Fallujah, Antonia Bishop. And number 10, Bridge the Gap, Tishon Hazelwood. And this event is for $18,500. The Incitatus handicap for 3-year-olds, sprinting 1,100 meters.
Well, the ambulance has returned and the horses are at the gate for this event. We are obviously now running quite a bit late. And with the withdrawal of horse number 8, Criterion, there's a new favorite, and this is horse number 2, Red Heat. She runs in the colors of Mrs. Harriet Brathwaite. Eric Daniel is aboard, and she is presently a 7-5 favorite. In at 2-1 and making second favorite is horse number 3, No Boss No, the mount of Rashid Hughes. And then we go down the board, we get down the board we get a 6-1, 7-5-2 on horse number 7. And this is High Velocity, the mount of Ray Williams. 8-1 on horse number 9. This is Fallujah. I still think that's a generous bit of odds. 6-1 for horse number 10, Bridge the Gap. And I really don't know what the punters see here, but he'll probably come down and prove them right and me wrong. The long shots on the board are 25-1 is horse number 4. This is Barbie Doll, only having her second start. And then you also get a 19-1 for horse number 6, Miriam, the mount of Lester Edwards, or as we call him, Bling Mice. 38-1 if you really want to take a shot on horse number 1, St. Cecilia, only having her third start. But she would also have to really reverse her form in her 2 outings, as we've just got 3 outside. And these are St. Cecilia, owned by Philwood Farms, conditioned by Philip Webster, and Fallujah. And there's one who's given a
Barbie Doll.
lot of trouble. It's Barbie Doll. And she's really given the trouble. She's the daughter of Ashdan out of the mare China Doll. And she's given a lot of trouble to load. The others are waiting patiently for these 3 to join the lineup. They're trying with the strap, and she does a maneuver out of this world, and I don't think she's going to be allowed much more time. She's really testing the patience of the starter.
I think Mark has gone straight to the rostrum.
As he's climbed aboard his rostrum, and we wait for St. Cecilia and Fallujah. I think they're going to go without Barbie Doll.
Looks that way.
Neil, it's your call.
Thank you very much, Dean. And they're waiting now on St. Cecilia.
to go in. She throws her head in the air, standing quietly with red heat, no boss, no. Miriam, high velocity, Fallujah, bridge the gap. So they're going to go without Barbie doll.
Yes, well, she's definitely not interested. Saint Cecilia is not.
Something seems to be spooking the horses there. Something different. Something's happening this afternoon. Thing. Saint Cecilia, she's Stephen Thorne, there working with the gate handlers, and I always say these guys, they work so hard when the Saturday comes or when the race day comes. And I tip my hat to these guys. Gate handlers, they do an awesome job, and they're working with Saint Cecilia. They get her in, all in, set for a start. Raises his flag and he sends them racing. And quickly into stride is No Boss No, who's gone on by a length and a half. On the outside comes Fallujah. In third position, creeping along the rails is St. Cecilia. Between horses is Red Heat, then comes High Velocity, and Bridge the Gap is the back mark as they pass the 4 furlong mark. And out front, it is No Boss No. Fallujah is in second. Tracking them in third position is St. Cecilia. There comes Red Heat, then comes High Velocity, and the back marker is indeed Bridge the Gap. Miriam has a long, long way to go. But as they go with just about 2 furlongs to run, and it is No Boss No on Fallujah. They have locked up. On the outside here comes Red Heat. On the inside of them is going to be St. Cecilia as they turn for home. And it is No Boss No on the outside here comes Fallujah. Red Heat is coming with a run, and down the stretch they come. And it is No Boss No. Red Heat is absolutely flying on the outside. Red Heat is going to win it. What a run! Red Heat wins it from No Boss No. Fallujah was third. Then came High Velocity, Bridge the Gap. St. Cecilia and Miriam came from out of the clouds in 105 and 4. In a moment, we have the unofficial placings for you.
On 4/5, 105 and 4/5 for the Incitatus handicap over 1100 meters. The results posted on the board.
Snow, who's gone on by a length and a half. On the outside comes Fallujah. In third position, creeping along the rails is St. Cecilia. Between horses is Red Heat, then comes High Velocity, and Bridge the Gap is the back mark as they pass the 4 furlong mark. And out front, it is No Boss No. Fallujah is in second. Tracking them in third position is St. Cecilia. There comes Red Heat, then comes High Velocity, and the back marker is indeed Bridge the Gap. Miriam has a long, long way to go. But as they go with just about 2 furlongs to run, and it is No Boss No on Fallujah. They have locked up. On the outside here comes Red Heat. On the inside of them is going to be St. Cecilia as they turn for home. And it is No Boss No on the outside here comes Fallujah. Red Heat is coming with a run, and down the stretch they come. And it is No Boss No. Red Heat is absolutely flying on the outside. Red Heat is going to win it. What a run! Red Heat wins it from No Boss No. Fallujah was third. Then came High Velocity, Bridge the Gap. St. Cecilia and Miriam came from out of the clouds in 105 and 4. In a moment, we have the...
As we look downstairs, the winner just about to be collected by Mr. Peter Nemi and Jerry Allen. And they lead in horse number 2, Red Heat, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Red Rocks out of Russian Heat, owned by Harriet Brathwaite, trained by Robert Pierce, and confidently ridden to victory for Eric Jandel. And this is his second win on the afternoon's card, and Red Heat looks very well turned out, and won impressively coming over the top. So congratulations to the connections of horse number 2, Red Heat, and congratulations to Harriet Brathwaite as she makes her way to the winner's enclosure to take up her charge, Red Heat. Second was horse number 3, No Boss Known, the property of Lady Seal, and the trained by Andrew Nunez, ridden by Rashid Hughes, taking on 118 pounds. Third, of course, horse number 3, No Boss Knows, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Preach to Me, or The Woman is Boss. Third was horse number 9, that is Fallujah, owned by Mr. Anderson Clark, trained by Richard Dean. This is a 3-year-old dark bay brown colt by John Bryan of the Midnight Express, ridden by Antonio Bishop, took 123 pounds. And fourth was horse number 7, High Velocity, the property of John P. Drake, Gloria M. Drake, Luell Rollins. And this one is trained by Andrew Nunez and was ridden to that position by Ray Williams, took 121 pounds on the Sir Charles bred 3-year-old bay filly by Happy Memories out of Rebounds. Unofficially 2, 3, 9, and 7 in the afternoon's Incitatus handicap race number 6. We're going to move on, and it's that time of the afternoon where the time has drawn nigh for the 82nd running of the Grade 1 Barbados Derby over 2,000 meters, where there's a purse of approximately $106,250 into the running of this Grade 1 event for West Indian bred 3-year-olds. A field of 14 will be without horses 1, 5, and 11. Dream Society, Dashing Star, and Cavalier. And we are down to 12. The best 12 available to take part in this event. We're just about 25 minutes away from the afternoon's feature race. Stay tuned for coming attractions. And we are at that time of the afternoon where we are just about 12 minutes away from the running of the 82nd Barbados Derby. It's a Grade 1 event which goes 2,000 meters for West Indian bred 3-year-olds. The purse is approximately $106,250, and there's no apprentice allowance in this event. The state record is 206.6, held by Fresh Milk. The track record is 205.6, held by Captain PJ. This race will offer Barry Forecast Trifecta Superfecta. It's the second leg of the pick 3, the third leg of the pick 4, and the fifth leg of the Soca 6. To the starters for this event, we're going to start with horse number 2, Despoiled Child. The Monk of Tashawn Hazelwood, 124 pounds is the weight. This is the property of Claudia Earwood and is trained by Richard Dean. The Spoiled Child is fitted with a tongue tie. In 8 career starts, he'll be victorious once, second once, and third on one occasion. Horse number 3 is Caballito, winner of his last effort. The property of Joan Parvacino, trained by Roger Parvacino, 123 pounds. Caballito for this engagement is fitted with blinkers. And along with that victory, has 3 seconds and 1/3. And this is start number 9. Over the page, Sarah is horse number 4, ridden by Eric Daniel. 119 pounds is the weight. And the lone maiden in the field, one of 2 maidens in the field, beg your pardon. This is start number 5. And in the 4 appearances, she's yet to hit the board. She races in the colors of Adam Dean, and as I said, is trained by Richard Dean with Eric Daniel on board. Number 5 is a non-starter, so we're down to horse number 6, Basil de Gal. So as is norm, a 5-pound difference, 124 for the Colts, 119 for the Fillies. Basil de Gal is horse number 6, the property of Stephen Allen Madu. She's started 5 times, 1 win, 1 second. And Robert Pierce is the trainer. Ricky Walker is on board, as he has been for the last 3 efforts. And she's fitted with a tongue tie at 119 pounds. Trudy Rose gets a change of rider. Rhea William replaces Anderson Trotman. Goes to post at 119 pounds for Melrose Racing. Robert Pierce is your trainer. And she's a winner of 1 with 1 second. And this is career start number 6. Flick the page. Horse number 8, People's Champ. The property of the Kids Syndicate and Mr. Stefan Narang Singh. Trained by Andrew Nunez, ridden by Rashid Hughes. 123 pounds is the weight. In 6 lifetime starts, he's won 3 times, including the Barbados Guineas and the Midsummer Creole Classic. That keeps him as the only horse in the field that can lightly take the Barbados Triple Crown 2021. And he supported his efforts with a 2nd and a 3rd place. History awaits this pair. Number 9 is Mirror of the Sky, 119 pounds. After reward tax up 3 pounds overweight to go at 122 pounds. And she's fitted with a tongue tie for trainer Rama Perkins Lovell and Melrose Racing, the owners. She started 6 times. She won her last start, and she has 2 third place efforts. Number 10 is Rachel, the property of Round Table Stud Farm. 8 career starts, 1 win, 1 second, 2 thirds. And this lady, as she is, will be ridden by Gerard Beckers, as she has been in her last 3 starts, and goes to post for trainer Richard Dean at 119 pounds. Over the page, we get horse number 12, Absolute Star. Out by the 5 furlong pole. Let's come into your picture in the red and white. And Absolute Star is ridden by Anthony Bishop, 123 pounds. The equipment to be used in nasal dilator. Victor Cheeseman will give all the instructions for K&C Stables. And in 11 starts, he's been victorious of a maiden win, 3 seconds, to show his next best efforts. Number 13 is Queen Justina, just coming to your picture just in front of you. This one is prepared by Naz Issa, owned by Barry Bishop. And she started 6 times, 1 victory, 1 second. And Enrico Prescott, who won the Derby a couple of years ago aboard the Zinger, will try for his second Derby, having fortuitously lost a winning chance last year when he injured himself early in the day and had to sit out of last year's winning Derby winner, War Eagle. He partners Queen Justina here, and they go to post at 119 pounds. And on the outside is the other maiden in the field. This is horse number 14, Destino, owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Stephen Bino. Slade Jones gets his first Derby ride in his first year as an apprentice, and goes to post with a weight of 123 pounds. That's 8 career starts with just a solitary second, which happened to be in his very last effort when finishing second to Mirror of the Sky. That's the field for the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby. Triple Crown Trail for none other than People's Champ. And I'm going to take horse number 8 as my winner, which is People's Champ. He's done everything right. He's the only horse in the race with more than 1 victories. He has 2 grade 1 wins under his belt. He convincingly won the Barbados Guineas. He emphatically came from behind, weaved his way through traffic to land the Midsummer Creole Classic. And I think personally the only thing stopping him in here today would have to be traffic. Rashid Hughes, he's gone love for today, and usually when a jockey has a big ride and he goes love early in the day, you usually pay in the big race, because that's the race most prize he wants to have. So I'm taking People's Champ, horse number 8, for the Kids Syndicate and Stefan Ryan Singh to land the Barbados Triple Crown and become Barbados' 7th Triple Crown winner ever since the existence of horse racing here in Barbados over 115 years ago. Chasing that one home for me would be horse number 13, Queen Justina, drawn towards the outside, finished 4th in the Midsummer Creole Classic, will steer every trip of the yard, and I am expecting a good run from this one. I think it's going to come down to the sustainability of these horses. Quite a few in here will just present some traffic, and I don't expect this one to be in any traffic problems, and I think this one has a legit shot to improve. Trini Aviator has won 3 Derbies, and all 3 have come with fillies, so he's most effective with fillies, and he's trying here with Queen Justina Falls on my second line. On my third line, we take horse number 10, Rachel. Now, she's done absolutely nothing wrong in the two jewels of the Classic. She finished 2nd in the Midsummer Creole Classic and 3rd in the Guineas. She stretches out 1 furlong for her like the entire field, so I'm not going to put it against her. The Connections have been very patient in their strategy with her and allowing her to get into the race late. And we'll see once that strategy is utilized today, if it would pay dividends today, or if they can even go 1 better than they went last time when finishing 2nd. However, I'm going to relegate them 1 spot down to that 3rd position. And my 4th place finisher would have to be horse number 3, Cabalito. And I thought that he was very impressive. Although he defeated maiden horses, he had good form showing over 1,570 meters where he was consistently 2nd or 3rd, closing out those races. And I think the further that he goes, despite the fact that he's by Demons out of Seattle Sunshine, the mare was prominent for sprinting only. But obviously the way he ran last time, over 1,800 meters, as I said, despite the fact it was a maiden field, he got the job done at that trip, which definitely shows that his father's pedigree came to the fore there, and I expect it to come to the fore here again today. He falls on my 4th line to complete the superfecta. 8, 13, 10, and 3. We are just about 3 minutes away from more history at the historic Garrison Savannah, and I suspect it will be done in roughly 2:05 and a little change. We will find out in about 5 minutes' time. Add 3 minutes to the 2 minutes they're going to be out there. Good luck, and join me for the nightcap.
Thank you very much, Lyndon, and welcome back to the Garrison, where the horses are on their way to the start of the 82nd Barbados Derby. It's a Grade 1 event, and the horses are making their way to the start. Scratch horses number 1, Dream Society,
Number 5, Dashing Star. Number 11, Cavalier. They're the ones to stay indoors. Number 2, The Spoiled Child, in at 99 to 1. So that's number 2. Let's take a look. Number 2 is in at 99 to 1. Horse number 3, Caballito, is in at 7 to 1. The mount of Delano Lopez. Horse number 4 is Sarah. She's also in at 99 to 1. The mount, I think Sarah's, Lester Edwards has the right. Yes. And Sarah is in at 99 to 1. Number 6, Bazo de Gal, in at 7 to 2. The mount of Ricky Walcott. So that's number 6, Bazo de Gal with Ricky Walcott in the irons. Number 7, Tudor Rose. She's in at 20 to 1. Number 7, Tudor Rose, 20 to 1. Number 8, People's Champ, the overwhelming favorite, in at 2 to 5. So that's horse number 8, People's Champ, in at 2 to 5, 32 to 1 on horse number 9, Mirror of the Sky, Off Reward Rides. That's number 9, Mirror of the Sky, in at 32 to 1. Rachel, number 10, is in at 7 to 1. Horse number 10, Rachel, in at 7 to 1, and Rachel will be partnered this afternoon by Jarrell Beckles. Number 12, Absolute Star, is in at 33 to 1. That's horse number 12, Absolute Star, in at 33 to 1. Now drifting into 30 to 1. 14 to 1 on horse number 13, Queen Justina. So that's horse number 13, Queen Justina, in at 13 to 1. And at 58 to 1, horse number 14, it is Destino, owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Stephen Bino, Slade Jones rides, and 123 pounds is the weight. So that's horse number 14, Destino, Slade Jones, 123 pounds, and is in at 58 to 1. I should say that there's a change in rider. We unfortunately lost Anderson Trotman through injury. And Ray Williams picks up the ride on horse number 7, Tudor Rose. So please note that. Horse number 7, Tudor Rose, will be partnered by Ray Williams in the Derby. We see the horses are making the way. The lights have been turned on here at the Garrison. It's that time of the afternoon. It's dusk time, and it is going to get pretty dark pretty quickly. So far, standing quietly is The Spoiled Child. And last time I checked, Spoiled Child was in at 99 to 1. Yes, he is. Number 2, The Spoiled Child is in at 99 to 1, 7 to 1. On horse number 3, I think Caballito ran a very, very good race last time out. Going 9 furlongs, is in at 7 to 1, 99 to 1 on horse number 4, Sarah. She's going to be the rank outsider. She is in at 99 to 1. She joins The Spoiled Child, who's also in at 99 to 1. Number 6, Bazo de Gal, is in at 7 to 2. 20 to 1 on horse number 7, Tudor Rose. 2 to 5. And I don't think that anyone really, not many people will oppose People's Champ this afternoon. I think it's going to be a good race. See how he will actually go. Horse number 9, Mirror of the Sky, is in at 31 to 1. Number 10, Rachel, 8 to 1. 19 to 1 on horse number 12, Absolute Star. 13, Queen Justina, is in at 11 to 1. And 60 to 1 on horse number 14, Destino. As we take a look the gates, we see the loading process is in an advanced stage. Absolute Star will be the next one to be loaded. Queen Justine is also outside. Destino and Sarah. So for the call of the 2021 edition of the Barbados Derby, I'm joined by Dr. Dean Springer.
Thank you very much, Neil. So we just wait now for Destino to join the lineup. He goes in. So they're all in. And then quietly, and they're racing. And Destino was a little slow to go. And as they head up the hill, sort themselves out in the 2021 running of the Derby. And it is none other than Mirror of the Sky who's going to set the lead. And from on the outside, there's Queen Justina. Destino has already dragged himself up to dispute the early pace as well with just under a mile to run. And it is now Destino who takes over the lead from on the inside, Mirror of the Sky. The Cabalito is up prominent this afternoon. So too is Queen Justina. Absolute Star caught a little bit wide. The Spoiled Child is along the inside. Between horses, People's Champ is pulling absolute double. Then there's Rachel and Sarah racing together. Battle the Gal and Tudor Rose make up the back pair as they round the paddock bend. It is Destino, just the leader, by just about 3 parts of a length from on the inside, Mirror of the Sky. On the inside of Cabalito is the Spoiled Child. Then there is People's Champ, a break of a length before we get to Queen Justina and Absolute Star racing as a team. Then there is a break of a length and a half to Rachel. Then on the outside of them going up is Tudor Rose. Basil de Gal, Sarah has dropped away meekly. The opening quarter, 26 and 3. The half mile, 51 and 2, 6 and 1, 18 and change. They passed their departure point. And it is Mirror of the Sky, just the leader. Destino races in second. Cabalito is next. On the inside, the Spoiled Child runs a big race. On making a big move on the outside is People's Champ. Inside the quarter pole they come. And the leader is still on the inside. Mirror of the Sky on the outside. Mirrors. Here comes People's Champ swooping by and opens up daylight in a blink of an eye. He's dashing clear in the darkness, and People's Champ has no turns and no challengers. Inside the final furlong he comes under right hand drive, drawn away. What a performance! He's the champ, the People's Champ, and a wrap! Triple Crown glory goes to People's Champ and Rashid Hughes. Of the others, Rachel was a long way back for the second. Then on the inside of there was Tudor Rose, very close between the Spoiled Child and also there was Queen Justina. But what a performance! Absolutely left them for dead. People's Champ, a 209 flat. In a moment, a recap for you.
Well, they stopped the clock in 2:09, and we are waiting on the People's Champ to come back. It's a sea of red. Congratulations to the connections. History at the Garrison Savannah at approximately 5:27 in the afternoon. People's Champ has lifted the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, a Grade 1 event, which carried a purse of $106,250 plus $100,000 to the winner for winning the Barbados Triple Crown, as we await the unofficial results to be posted on the board. Congratulations to the Interconnections on a beautifully turned out horse. Trainer Andrew Busher Nunez, the Kids Syndicate and Stefan Narang Singh, and jockey Rashid Hughes. Millions and millions of congratulations on winning the 82nd running of the historic Barbados Derby. There goes the results on the board. 10 second, 13 third, and 7 finishing fourth. But no doubt about the winner. Horse number 8, People's Champ. Second, number 10, and that is Rachel. Third, number 13, Queen Justina. And staying around for fourth was horse number 7, Tudor Rose, that came from down in the pack, as we await the winner to come back.
And Destino was a little slow to go. And as they head up the hill, sort themselves out in the 2021 running of the Derby. And it is none other than Mirror of the Sky who's going to set the lead. And from on the outside, there's Queen Justina. Destino has already dragged himself up to dispute the early pace as well with just under a mile to run. And it is now Destino who takes over the lead from on the inside mirror of the sky. The Cabalito is up prominent this afternoon. So too is Queen Justina. Absolute Star caught a little bit wide. The Spoiled Child is along the inside. Between horses, People's Champ is pulling Absolute double. Then there's Rachel and Sarah racing together. Basil the Gal and Tudor Rose make up the back pair as they round the paddock bend. It is Destino, just the leader, by just about 3 parts of a length from on the inside mirror of the sky. On the inside of Cabalito is the Spoiled Child. Then there is People's Champ, a break of a length before we get to Queen Justina and Absolute Star racing as a team. Then there is a break of a length and a half to Rachel. Then on the outside of them going up is Tudor Rose. Basil the Gal, Sarah has dropped away meekly. The opening quarter, 26 and 3. The half mile, 51 and 2, 6 and 1, 18 and change. They pass their departure point. And it is Mirror of the Sky, just the leader. Destino races in second. Cabalito is next. On the inside, the Spoiled Child runs a big race. One making a big move on the outside is People's Champ. Inside the quarter pole they come. And the leader is still on the inside. Mirror of the Sky on the outside. Mirrors. Here comes People's Champ swooping by and opens up daylight in a blink of an eye. He's dashing clear in the darkness. And People's Champ has no turns and no challengers. Inside the final furlong he comes under right hand drive, drawn away. What a performance. He's the champ, the People's Champ. People's Champ in a romp. Triple Crown glory goes to People's Champ and Rashid Hughes. Of the others, Rachel was a long way back for the second. Then on the inside of him was Tudor Rose, very close between the Spoiled Child, and also there was Queen Justina. But
7th trainer in the history of racing in Barbados to lift the Barbados Triple Crown. And many, many congratulations to the connections of horse number 8, People's Champ, aptly named and delivered in grand style by champion jockey, 4 times champion jockey of Barbados, Rashid Hughes. So all champions all around. And as they begin to walk towards the leading, and the race was never in doubt. 2 furlongs out when the People's Champ was given his marching orders, and he just accelerated like a rocket out of the sky and burst clear, and just left the field toiling in his wake. And many, many congratulations. We look downstairs, some very elated connections, and well wishes of the horse. And of course, remember we're under the protocol rules, so you don't want to infringe the rules, where you must social distance and keep the distance. We have rules with reference to how many people can lead in, etc., so you don't want to make it a bad occasion. It is a joyous occasion. And we would want to congratulate the connections. And of course, horse number 8, People's Champ, joining a list of 6. Waters Meet, Ginger Lily, Cool Bird, Insatatus, Zook. And Are You Talking to Me? And now you can add People's Champ to that list. And remember, we still have 1 race to come. We still have the presentation to be done. The final race will be run under floodlights, which is good. So the lights just taking a little while to warm up. And it was a very good decision to have them put on just before the run of the race. So we look downstairs. The breeder, Sir Charles Williams, he has a hand on the People's Champ, and he's the main personnel responsible for People's Champ. And what a fitting way for Sir Charles Williams to lead in the winner, not only the winner of the Derby, but his first Triple Crown winner in an illustrious career where he's bred many a horse, many a good horse here at the Garden Savannah. And many, many congratulations to the connections of horse number 8, People's Champ, as he comes down and receives a tremendous round of applause. The Kids Syndicate with Muhammad and Rashid Hughes, the champion jockey. He lifts his first Triple Crown as well. So it's a win-win situation. And this win is worth $100,000 on top of $106,250 that will be divided for the running of the 82nd Barbados Derby, where We have witnessed history and yet another Triple Crown winner. And the People's Champ looks as though he could go one round, one lap, one more time. So congratulations to horse number 8, the People's Champ. And let me do what is right. This is a 3-year-old bear colt by Happy Memories out of Lady Constant, owned by the Kids Syndicate and Mr. Stephen Narang Singh. Congratulations to Mr. Stephen Narang Singh over there in Trinidad and Tobago. And trainer Andrew Busher Nunez, who also celebrates his first victory in the Triple Crown. Rashid Hughes, also a first for him. His first victory in the Triple Crown was also his first Derby. And this will be Derby number 3 for trainer Andrew Nunez, having won with Apostle and Kendall Moon. Second was horse number 10, Rachel, and she ran a very, very stout race once again. I don't think the connections could ask for anything better. Roundtable Stud Farm, they'll have to be very pleased with this 3-year-old bay filly by John Bryan of the Soca Diva. Well turned out by trainer Richard Dean and confidently ridden to that position by jockey Gerald Beckles to 119 pounds. Third was horse number 13, Queen Justina. This is a 3-year-old filly by John Bryan of Nile Queen, owned by Barry Bishop, trained by Naz Issa, ridden by Enrico Prescott to 119 pounds to that third position. And fourth was horse number 7, returning to some of her best form, having tapered off very badly in her last 3 efforts at least. This is Tudor Rose, the property of Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Eagles Peak out of English Rose, ridden by Ray Williams, took along 119 pounds for trainer Robert Pierce. So there you have it. Unofficial, of course, 8, 10, 13, and 7. The unofficial results of the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, where the time fractions read 26-3, 51-2 for the half mile, 6 furlongs in 1:18-2, a mile in 1:44-2, and they stop the clock in 2:09 at approximately 5:27. That's unofficial. And then we'll have the presentation as soon as the race is made official. And then we'll move on to the afternoon nightcap, which will be the Are You Talking to Me handicap. And Are You Talking to Me was the last horse in Barbados to win the Triple Crown. That was done in the year 2009. Remember, the first season of the Barbados Turf Club's third racing season starts on the 13th of November. Entries for that race day, dubbed the Independence Celebration Race Day, will close this coming Wednesday, the 3rd of November, at the office of the Barbados Turf Club. Entries for the first day of the Barbados Turf Club third racing season 2021 will close on Wednesday, the 3rd of November, at the offices of the Barbados Turf Club.
And welcome back to the Garrison and Dean Springer. Very good call there.
Nice,
what can we say? People's champ.
Yeah, he's absolutely slaughtered this field. And I am so happy for the connections, especially my good friend, Muhammad, Eminem as I call him, and congratulations. I am absolutely thrilled for him. And of course, Sir Charles Williams, and Rashid Hughes as well, trainer Andrew Nunez. But Sir Charles, who has bred so many horses, who have done quite well. He has won a number of derbies, but this is the first time he has bred a Triple Crown winner. And what a performance it was by People's Champ. Absolutely. I mean, he lost him a little bit going between the 3 and the 2, and then he appeared on the outside, and he just rocketed by. It was like he wasn't the leader, and then he was in front by 4. and that, I mean, that sounds weird, but that's the way it looked from up here on the booth. He was, because Mirror of the Sky was there, Tudor Rose was there. They were all there, and then all of a sudden, this thing just shot clear. Like, it was literally in the blink of an eye, and he just romped home. I don't know the official distances, but it has to be somewhere close to 6 or 7 lengths, maybe more. I would not be surprised at all. But what a performance. And, you know, we've got a Triple Crown winner. And now comes the question.
The big question.
And that will be answered next year.
Yeah. How
which
good
is it that he is that special, or is the crop not that good? But really and truly, he looks special. The crop is not a bad crop. He just makes them look ordinary. And today he made them look very ordinary. But what a performance. You know, he was just so clear. I mean, in a blink of an eye, Rashid set him alight, and it was just all over. I mean, in a blink of an eye, they were running for second. Of the others, though, some mention must be given to the others. And, of course, we could start with second place finisher here. This was Rachel. And this horse is running. I always say this is the unluckiest horse in that she was second to People's Champ in the Midsummer Classic, comes back, and she's second best again. So she just runs into a horse that is better than her. Yeah. Queen Justina, who finished third at horse number 13. And this was a big run from this Nats Issa training. When one considers that she only broke her maiden 2 starts back. Defeated No Boss No over 1,100 meters. Comes back in the Midsummer Classic and finishes 4th behind People's Champ. And she's definitely improving because she's now run 3rd behind People's Champ, albeit a well-beaten 3rd. Well, finishing 4th was number 7, True the Rose, who Ryder Ravens said, he showed us his boots from upstairs, and he was saying, look at my boots. I'm going to send he turned out the bill. There was a lot of white on that right boot, which pretty much says that he rubbed the plastic quite a bit at some point in the race. And then there's, you know, as we look through the rest of the horses in the field, you know, can we say anyone in particular disappointed? One may argue Cabalito, Basiligal. I think she had that flash in the pan win, which she's not gone off from that in any means. But you have to say, if you're going to take a run of the horses that didn't win, you'd have to come out saying Queen Justina was the one that ran above what one would have expected. However, there was just no contest. It was a knockout blow at the top of the stretch.
Furlong and a half to go.
A furlong and a half to go. People's Champ came out. The rest were throwing jabs. He just came in, threw a right hook, put them away, and that was it. I mean, it was only a matter of about how far was he going to win by for the time he picked it up. What an absolute stunning performance.
And he's a champ by name, Dean, and what a name. My thing is how, you know, you see some people follow horses and names. He is indeed the people's champ.
Well, if he's not the people's champ, he's one thing for sure. He is the connections champ, and right now he is the champion of the 3-year-old bunch in Barbados. Well, Neil, with the Derby behind us and the lights are on because it is dark. The next race on the card is the Are You Talking to Me Handicap. We're going to ask the listeners to just join us for that race a few minutes before post time.
Presentation to his longtime friend, breeder and part owner in People's Champ, none other than Sir Charles Williams, as he accepts the trophy from President of the Barbados Turf Club, Mr. Stephen Walker. There's champion jockey Rashid Hughes and Mohammed, part of the Kids Syndicate and the entire team. Congratulations on winning the 82nd running of the Barbados Derby, as we wait for trainer Andrew Busher Nunez. And they're now going to be presented with the check, and trainer Andrew Busher Nunez. And this is a testament to his hard work, his first Triple Crown, and this is just a fitting way to say I am the champion trainer 2021, come what may. So once again, congratulations to the connections of horse number 8, People's Champ, a son of happy memories out of Lady Constant, bred by Sir Charles Williams, owned by the Kids Syndicate and Stefan Narang Singh, and ridden by jockey Rashid Hughes, trained by trainer Andrew Busher Nunez. The connections are also going to receive a check for $100,000. That's a bonus check presented by the Barbados Thoroughbred Breeders Association towards the horse that can win the 3 legs of the Classic. And congratulations on a fantastic job to the entire team of People's Champ. So there you have it. I want to say a big thank you to the presentation party of President of the Barbados Turf Club, Mr. Stephen Walcott, Sir Charles Williams on accepting the prize, trainer Andrew Busher Nunez, as well as champion jockey Rashid Hughes, and the connections of the Kids Syndicate. And of course, congratulations to Stefan Narang Singh, as he be celebrating Trini style, of course. And we're just about 12 minutes away from the nightcap. The horses are making their way out onto the track, and they will be actually meeting their jockeys momentarily. And as I've done all day long, let me do the last rites on this part, which is, are you talking to me? Sir, there you see, are you talking to me, winning his derby back in 2009, defeating Show Me the Money. Not Show the Money, Show Me the Money. And that was a tremendous race by Are You Talking to Me, who was indeed a tremendous horse in his own right. Still is, actually. Are You Talking to Me was the last horse to win the Barbados Triple Crown. He was owned by Mr. Athlete Joseph III and Mr. Safi Joseph Jr. He went on to reach the top of the classification ladder, beating the very best horses. The bay horse, who was by Zwick out of Bossa Nova, went on an 8-race winning streak under trainer David Yearwood in December 2008, which left tongues wagging at the Savannah. In 15 career wins from 27 starts, Are You Talking to Me amassed earnings of $453,267. He captured the Diamond Stakes in 2009, the Michael Pavatino Memorial Hopeful Breeders' Stakes, and the Victor Chandler Stakes. He also dominated the Barbados Thoroughbred Breeders Association Breeders' Sprint in August 2010 and 2013, before returning to dominate the Barbados Thoroughbred Breeders Association Breeders' Cup. And for good measure, and for good class and prosperity, he added the 2012 Sandy Lane Spa Sprint Speed to Burn by Are You Talking to Me, the last winner of the Barbados Triple Crown. Of course, that's now etched in history, as the last winner of the Barbados Triple Crown is now the recent winner, a short while ago, People's Champ. This event goes 1,100 meters, and I'm just going to switch to the field. And they're going to be competing for a purse of some $13,500. Number 1 is Too Tight to Talk, ridden by Aaron Daniel, who claims 7 goals to post at 119 pounds. And Too Tight to Talk is fitted with a tongue tie. Number 2, Preacher Boy, in a tongue tie. Afri Ward will ride at 130 pounds for trainer Andrew Nunez, and Sir David Seal is the owner of Preacher Boy. Horse number 1, Too Tight to Talk, is owned by Miss Stephanie Goddard. Number 3 is Oberoi, to be ridden by Rashad Knight. He claims 7 goes at 116, and he will ride, make that 117. He will ride Oberoi with blinkers and a tongue tie for Melrose Racing and trainer Robert Pierce. Over the page, as we continue, we get horse number 4, Gold Star, the property of Mr. R.J., trained by Richard Dean. Lester Edwards will be on board. He claims 5 from 126. We're going at 121 pounds. That's all right. Number 6 is Stir It Up, ridden by Rashid Hughes. 123 pounds with a tongue tie. He races here for a fearsome foursome. The owner, Andrew Nunez, is the trainer of horse number 6, Stir It Up. Over the page, horse number 8, Ultimate, to be ridden by Delana Lopez, who will claim 3 from 123. We're looking at 120 plus 4, 124 pounds on this horse, which is owned by Caleb Gibson and Mr. Chandler Jones and trained by Philip Batson. Moving down to horse number 8, Mr. US, the property of Steve and Alan Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Tishon Hazelwood will ride at 116 pounds. And Mr. US will wear blinkers and a nasal dilator. Horse number 10, Classical Dancer, will give jockey Khadija Arthur her first experience under the lights. She will be using no whip, and she will go to post at 116 pounds for John D. Chandler, who is owner and trainer of horse number 10, Classical Dancer. Moving downfield, we get horse number 11, Tiger's Nest, the property of Titans Racing, ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, 116 pounds. Richard Dean is your trainer of horse number 11, Tiger's Nest. Flicking the page for the final time today, there's horse number 12, Right on Time. Well, this is the right time, and we're approaching 5:52. And Right on Time is ridden by Enrico Prescott, claims 319 pounds, and Right on Time is fitted with a tongue tie. Stephen Jardine is the owner. Richard Dean is your trainer. Ruth is horse number 13, and she's due a good run. Eric Daniel takes the call today from owner, Wrong Table Stud Farm. Trainer Robert Pierce. The weight is 122 pounds. The equipment, blinkers, and a tongue tie. Storm Force will look to bring it home for trainer Stephen Bino. Sir David Seal is the owner. He gets the services of Slade Jones, who takes off 7, goes to post at 121 pounds on Storm Force. That's the field for the afternoon's nightcap, the final leg of the Soca 6. This race offers Pride Forecast, Trifecta, and Superfecta. It is also the final leg of the Pick 4. It's also the final leg of the Pick 3. Well, I'm going to find a winner, and I'm going to take horse number 2, Preacher Boy. I think despite the fact he's packing 130 pounds, he has the best form going into the race. He also will close out this race rather well. The speed up front could be a little bit cheap, and the pack up over the top of the hill. Hence, I'm going for the better steer in the field, and I'm going for Preacher Boy as my winner on the Afri Ward for Sir David Seal and trainer Andrew Busher Nunez. On my second line, I'm going for another steer. I'm going to take Oberoi, who might be there or thereabout early with Rashad Knight. That's 7 pounds off. Brings him definitely into the race. He would prefer a little bit of cut, doesn't get that. But I expect that he will finish well and finish on my second post position here. On the third line, I'm going to take horse number 6, Stir It Up. A nice one pacer. Wouldn't expect this one to be in the firing line early. Maybe mid-pack. And run on at one pace, run past maybe some tiring horses who might happen to inherit the lead temporarily. And I expect this one to see out the race well on the champion jockey Rashid Hughes, who moments ago lifted his first Triple Crown with People's Champ. To complete my 4 of the Superfecta, is a high five event actually. I'm going to take horse number 8, Ultimate, with Delana Lopez. This is one that could very well be on the heels of the leaders. Has a habit of not going through with his run, and hence falls on my 4th line. But if he gets the lead, they will have to be caught. Falls on my 4th line. On my 5th line, I'm going to take horse number 9, Mr. US. A victory, 2 starts back in a 5th place position. This one will come running towards the end of the race, and I expect this one to finish in that 5th slot. I'm going 2, 3, 6, 8, and 9 in the nightcap on this, the Barbados Derby race day, where we saw the People's Champ become the 7th Triple Crown winner in the history of horse racing here in Barbados. And we are just about 4 minutes away from the nightcap. You would want to wager and don't get shut out at the betting windows.
Thank you, Lyndon. This is the final race on today's program, and who would have expected us to be here under the lights this evening? But everything happens for a reason. That's one of the things I say all the time. And yes, we are here. The Are You Talking to Me handicap, going the distance of 1,100 meters. We have to face the starter, Too Tight to Talk, in at 20-1. Number 2, Preacher Boy, is in at 15-1, 19-1 on horse number 3, Oberoi, 33-1 on horse 4, Gold Star. Stir It Up, number 6, is in at 9-2. Over the page we go to Ultimate, who is horse number 8. He's 8-5 favorite, 4-1 on horse number 9, Mr. US, 99-1 on number 10, Classical Dancer. Tiger's Nest number 11 is also at 99-1, 9-2 on horse number 12, Right on Time. Ruth, horse number 13, is in at, just waiting for the board to go over, 7-1 and 6-1 on horse number, I beg your pardon, let's look at that. The last one, horse number 14, Storm Force, is in at 6-1. The loading process has started and it is in an advanced stage. Well, let's go over the odds again quickly. So if you want to wager online, get your bets in quickly. 21-1 on horse number 1. That's Too Tight to Talk. 15-1 on horse number 2, Preacher Boy. Number 3, Oberwar, is in at 8-1. 21-1 on horse number 4, Gold Star. 6-1. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Stir It Up, horse number 6, is in at 5-1. 2-1 favorite on horse 8, Ultimate. Mr. US, horse number 9, is in at 4-1. Wow. Number 10, Classical Dancer, is in at 99-1. Same odds, 99-1 on number 11, Tiger's Nest. Number 12, Right on Time, is in at 5-1. Ruth, horse number 13, is in at 7-1 and 6-1 on horse number 14, Storm Force. And we have Storm Force is in the black cap. As we here under the lights, Storm Force is in the black cap. 2 in here for Sir David Seal. And in the red cap will be Preacher Boy. As we take a look at down at the start, we can see there are 3 horses still outside. And they would be Storm Force, number 14. There are 3 horses out. Storm Force, number 14. Ruth, horse number 13. And Classical Dancer. And Classical Dancer, let's take a look. Classical Dancer will be partnered by Khadija Arthur, who's having her second race this afternoon. And she rode a little earlier today. She had a good time around, and we're hoping the young lady will have a good ride here in the final event on today's program. Joined by Classical Dancer, goes in, or they're trying to get her in, and flips right back out. And I'm not sure if starter Mark Batson is going to be very tolerant. He has had his patience tested today.
I think they're going to probably give it one more try.
And she goes right in. There we go. So we have 2 left. And for the call of the final race on a good day, Dr. Dean Springer.
Yes, well, Storm Force goes in. So does Ruth. So they're all in. Racing and Too Tight to Talk, broke very sharply on the inside. Also showing lots of speed is Oberoi. Classical Dancer coming across from the outside as well. Is Ruth. Then on the inside, Mr. US. Right on Time, Storm Force. On the inside of him is Preacher Boy. Then there's Ultimate. A breaker 3 to Tiger's Next, Gold Star. And the lap marker is Stir It Up as they round the far turn and they head up towards the 3-foot marker. And it's now Ruth in front by 2 from Too Tight to Talk. Oberoi is next. Then there's Classical Dancer on the outside. On the inside, there's Mr. US getting a good run. Down on the inside, running big races. Preacher Boy as they come inside the quarter pole. The opening quarter was 25 flat. And there are no more turns. And Ruth has no challenge of the section of Oberoi on the outside. And here comes Undisputed with a great Ultimate with a great run. It is Oberoi on the middle of the course on the outside. Ultimate picking him up over the top on the outside. Ultimate and then Oberoi go by together. Their heads apart. Then came Ruth. And the last one home is Classical Dancer. Sue Arthur's lost her right steel. And the winner stopped the clock in 105 and 4. You know what? The results.
Got a horse loose on the track. We have got a horse loose on the track. Your attention, please. We have got a horse loose on the track.
Racing and too tight to top, broke very sharply on the inside. Also showing lots of speed is Oberoi, Classical Dancer coming across from the outside as well. Is Ruth, then on the inside, Mr. US, right on time, Storm Force. On the inside of him is Preacher Boy, then there's Ultimate, a breaker 3 to Tiger's next Gold Star, and the lap marker is Stir It Up as they round the far turn and they head up towards the 3-foot marker, and it's now Ruth in front by 2 from too tight to top. Oberoi is next. Then there's Classical Dancer on the outside. On the inside, there's Mr. US getting a good run. Down on the inside, running big races. Preacher Boy as they come inside the quarter pole. The opening quarter was 25 flat. And there are no more turns. And Ruth has no challenge of the section of Oberoi on the outside. And here comes Undisputed with a great run. Ultimate with a great run. It is Oberoi on the middle of the course on the outside. Ultimate picking him up over the top on the outside. Ultimate and the Oberoi go by together. Their heads apart. Then came Ruth. And the last one home is Classical Dancer. Sue Arthur's lost her right steel. And it's 25 flat. And there are no more turns. And Ruth has no challenge of the section of Oberoi on the outside. And here comes Undisputed with a great run. Ultimate with a great run. It is Oberoi on the middle of the course on the outside. Ultimate picking him up over the top on the outside. Ultimate and the Oberoi go by together. Their heads apart. Then came Ruth. And the last one home is Classical Dancer. Sue Arthur's lost her right steel. And the winner stopped the clock in 105 and 4. You know what? The results. Racing and too tight to top, broke very sharply on the inside. Also showing lots of speed is Oberoi. Racing and too tight to top, broke very sharply on the inside. Also showing lots of speed is Oberoi. Racing and too tight to top, broke very sharply on the inside. Also showing lots of speed is Oberoi, Classical Dancer. Racing and too tight to top, broke very sharply on the inside. Also showing lots of speed is Oberoi, Classical Dancer coming across from the outside as well. Is Ruth, then on the inside, Mr. US, right on time, Storm Force. On the inside of him is Preacher Boy, then there's Ultimate, a breaker 3 to Tiger's next Gold Star, and the lap marker is Stir It Up as they round the far turn and they head up towards the 3-foot marker, and it's now Ruth in front by 2 from too tight to top. Oberoi is next. Then there's Classical Dancer on the outside. On the inside, there's Mr. US getting a good run. Down on the inside, running big races. Preacher Boy as they come inside the quarter pole. The opening quarter was 25 flat. And there are no more turns. And Ruth has no challenge of the section of Oberoi on the outside. And here comes Undisputed with a great Ultimate with a great run. It is Oberoi on the middle of the course on the outside. Ultimate picking him up over the top on the outside. Ultimate and the Oberoi go by together. Their heads apart. Then came Ruth. And the last one home is Classical Dancer. Sue Arthur's lost her right steel. And the winner stopped the clock in 105 and 4. You know what? The results.
Steering up as they round the far turn and they head up towards the 3-foot marker, and it's now Ruth to front by 2 front, 2 tight to top. Oberoi is next. Then there's Classical Dancer on the outside, on the inside. Over is Mr. US got a good run all the inside. Running big races, Preacher Boy as they come inside the quarter pole. The opening quarter was 25 flat. And there are no more turns. And Ruth has no challenge of the section of Oberoi on the outside, and here comes Undisputed Ultimate and a great run. It is Oberoi in the middle of the course on the outside. Ultimate picking him up over the top. On the outside, Ultimate and the Oberoi go by together there. Heads apart, then came Ruth. And the last one home is Classical